and he will find us along the way. In that way, I must do the welcoming to our esteemed special delegates, the speakers, deputy speakers, chief whips, all the other members of the provincial legislatures, the secretaries from the provinces. You are all welcome. I must also welcome the members of the Parliament, members of the National Assembly amongst us, and lastly, welcome ourselves as your hosts, the members of the National Council of Provinces. I do trust that we were able to grab some time to be with our families, those of us who do not have the chance to see them every day and every week and every month. I do hope that we were able to fix that which we needed to fix, to defer that which is reasonable to defer until we go back home again. I trust that we will be able to find the energy to deal with the challenges of 2017. I want to thank all the members of staff who have made this meeting possible. And I think that without much ado, I want to start off by saying that we need to look at our relationship as the only house that accommodates local government, not just as something, but a decorative thing, but as something which says that the strategic nature of the NCOP should not be left, to the imaginations or to the neglect. What is the significance actually of the originator who said we should have the permanent seats for special delegates by organized local government? Does it simply mean that that which we have done very well since 2014, inviting local government to the NCOP to debate with us, is it? Does it simply mean that that committee, which deals with local government, must simply be getting matters which come from the provinces to deal with the implementation of 139, and that is it? Surely the presence of SALGA within the NCOP must have a deeper meaning. It means, in my own thinking, that we need to interrogate matters deeper. We need to be braver. We need to be better questioning, not screaming at people, reasoned. We need to research. We need to be systematic in the way we do our oversight. And I want to say that we need to evaluate the way we have coordinated business between ourselves and the executive at a national level, between ourselves and the provincial executives, between ourselves and the local government. Provincial speakers, we sometimes find ourselves in very interesting situations of whether or not a provincial MEC can and should appear in front of a committee, in front of the NCOP and or the National Assembly. In the period between 1994 and 2004, that was quite natural. Parliament could summon anybody under the sun to make them account. Today, it is something that we want to debate about. What is the reach of Parliament? Can we bring a municipality head to National Parliament to account? What does this phenomenon mean that says that the provincial interest is the business of the NCOP? So I thought that we should be saying that in our program this year, we should reflect better. We should actually begin to see synergy between the work done in the provinces and the work done in the NCOP. For the first time last year, we actually had a very satisfying participation at the taking Parliament to the people of the National Assembly and ourselves. And that is because we were more structured and more focused on a particular area. We want to say that if it is taking Parliament to the people, that the experience of last year was quite good. The experience between the National Council of Provinces and the province, that coordination was also very good. That it is something we want to look at. That coordination also saved us millions, because this particular taking Parliament to the people was cheaper than the ones we've had in the past, the ones we just had with the Eastern Cape. But we will be going back to the Eastern Cape for the report back at some point this year. We must also say that we are expected as the two houses of Parliament to keep an eye on the developments around the national planning, the National Development Plan. I'm not quite sure how, but I think that the work, the sections can be hived off of the plan into committee work, and particular sections can be under the supervision of particular committees. I think that that is by way of saying coordination, communication, cooperation. That is the order of the year in 2017. You are all welcome. I need to move on to the next item. Can you move the screen for me? It's not touch. Thank you very much. Both Nyambi and Frolic are not here, but I wish to then ask Advocate Pindela to help me with the third item. What happened to Pindela, who was sitting here? We're dealing with the item of cooperation and coordination on the synchronization of programs between ourselves. Taking Parliament.
Okay. Good afternoon, honorable speakers, deputy speakers, delegates to the National Council of Provinces. We, as the chairperson has indicated, we are looking at the cooperation and coordination, synchronization of programs. And thereunder appears taking parliament to the people, taking legislature to the people, provincial weeks, oversight weeks, legislation, and in particular bills affecting provinces. We are also looking at National Youth Parliament. We're looking at National Women's Parliament. We are also looking at joint debates. The intention is, so far as that item is concerned, is that we should look at how we can synchronize the programs of the National Council of Provinces, the programs of the National Council of Provinces, the programs of the provincial legislatures, as well as the programs of the National Assembly. The intention is to have what one may refer to as coordinated oversight. And the intention is also to look at the kind of oversight that the legislative sector would want to conduct in order to look at the impact of the oversight that the legislative sector is conducting. Because the intention really is to ensure that the kind of oversight that the legislative sector conducts has an effect on the lives of the people, that it changes the lives of the people. And the intention really is to look at also that the executive implements the National Development Plan, the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063, SADC Master Plan. We want to propose that insofar as these programs are concerned, we should look at, as the legislative sector, the commonality of the dates on which all these provinces, on which all these programs may be undertaken. For instance, the taking parliament to the people, the intention is that it should coincide with taking legislature to the people. I'm sure the chairperson has alluded to the fact that the last taking parliament to the people that the National Council of Provinces had coincided with taking legislature to the people in the Eastern Cape, and I'm sure the impact was very good. So the intention is that in the province that we will be visiting, that province should, if it has taken legislature to the people, that program must coincide with taking parliament to the people, so that at all times when the provincial legislature is going out, when the National Council of Provinces is going out, they do not go out in different areas at different times, but or even worse, at the same place at different times. So the intention is that there should be coordination and there should be cooperation at that level. I think at the time when we conceptualized the taking parliament and taking legislature to the people in the Eastern Cape, it was loosely referred to as a joint venture. But as we have indicated in the program, we would rather refer to it as cooperation and coordination of the programs. Insofar as the provincial weeks are concerned, we are also proposing that there should be that coordination and cooperation, that at the time when the National Council of Provinces goes on a provincial week, the provincial legislature would also join the National Council of Provinces, and the committees, the relevant committees of the National Assembly must also join the National Council of Provinces. The same goes insofar as the oversight weeks are concerned, and the same goes insofar as the legislation is concerned. I'm sure at a later stage we're going to, the item that will follow is the implications of Lamosa judgment. Insofar as the bills affecting provinces are concerned, we shall look at that insofar as the facilitation of public involvement is concerned, to ensure that there is coordinated effort in making sure that the public participates in the bills affecting provinces. The National Youth Parliament and the National Women's Parliament, I'm sure also that the intention is that there should be a coordination between Parliament and the provincial legislatures to ensure that the build-up in the provincial legislatures or the programs in the provincial legislatures build up to the national event insofar as Youth Parliament is concerned, as well as insofar as the Women's Parliament is concerned. We have piloted that model last year. The intention is to build on that particular pilot project. And perhaps I should also talk about the sittings of the National Council of Provinces in general. I'm sure the provincial legislatures would remember very well that there was a bill which was returned to the National Council of Provinces because the president had reservations insofar as the majority which was required to adopt the bill was concerned. So it appears to us that insofar as the quorum is concerned in the National Council of Provinces, we have been arguing about whether the quorum is 1/3 of 30 or 1/3 of 90. But it appears to us that the argument is tilting towards 1/3 of 90. And therefore, at all times, the provincial legislatures may be required also to send special delegates, particularly when we are dealing with matters where we have to vote, where the permanent delegates and the special delegates would have to vote. And insofar as the joint debates are concerned, I'm sure I do not have to say more insofar as that is concerned. We know that we are now approaching the debates on the State of the Nation address, and we have to make sure that insofar as the joint debates are concerned, the provincial legislatures also do participate in those debates.
We are happy to announce that the two House chairs responsible for committees have walked in, the Honorable Nyambi and the Honorable Frolic. We thought that we should start in your absence because we were looking at the clock. Tate Nyambi, as you walked in, that Pindela was taking us through those items. Do you want to start off with your presentation?
I can start, Chair.
Hey, Antate. Tate Frolic, feel free to join in.
Thanks, Chairperson. A belated compliment of the new season to honorable members and our special delegates, speakers present with us today. Chairperson, we met with Honorable Frolic. We agreed how we're going to deal with this presentation. So we're not going to waste much time, except to reflect that our presentation will be guided by the Constitution and what we're trying to achieve. As we're celebrating 20 years as a NCOP, the Constitution enjoins us to govern cooperatively, if you look at Chapter 3. And it is very clear that when it deals with the nature of the government we're in, that it's these spheres of government, they are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. Maybe it is the latter two qualities which are at the core of cooperative governance. Chairperson, the distinctive nature of these spheres of government, it's among other things insofar as a specific and yet complementary role that each of them should perform, which each sphere of the government also reside organs of state. And all of them, they work for a particular common purpose. And we think that is very important to always guide us and internalize that as public representative. The above summation provide a compelling case for ensuring that our planning should be coordinated in order to deliver a seamless program that recognizes the Republic as a united state we are making that point because sometimes an impression is created that South Africa is a federal state, yet the constitution is clear that we are in a unitary state. And the issue that is very important as we have our special delegates is to emphasize that everything won't be possible if we don't have institutional leadership, and that it should be at the core of what we're trying to achieve. We are meeting today trying to share some of what we have done in the past, probably for the first time. It is imperative that we should impress on every one of us for a need for a better consultation in order to produce a coordinated program that will form the basis for operations. That is why, Chair, when we're doing the introduction, you talk about myself and my co-chair, Honorable Frolic, who is in the other house in the National Assembly. For the first time, what we experienced this year in the history of the NCOP, we worked together with committees of the National Assembly during the program Taking Parliament to the People when we went to the Eastern Cape in November. And out of that, Chairperson, it's not only that, for the first time before coming to this year where we're celebrating 20 years, the Auditor General was commending us for the first time in the past, for the past many years. It will be committees in the NA Auditor General giving reports. The following week, it will be committees in the NCOP. But for the first time, because we're able to work together with my colleague who are working as a collective trying to deal with the issue that you are always raising, Chair, about the synergy of both houses. Without marketing the province where we say when the sun rises, the people work harder, my province. When we happened to have taking legislature to the people, and it was a provincial week, it's something that we are highlighting, Chairperson, that how we're being received by the province and how it's being coordinated, it must not be just an event, an exceptional case of Mpumalanga. But if it can happen to all the other provinces, it's something that we can share, because to me, Chair, when we're interacting with our colleagues coming from different provinces, from time to time we see that from each other we learn a lot when it's either provincial week or all these programs that Honorable, our Advocate Pindela was talking about. There is no reason why we can't replicate elsewhere, because that can go a long way to address part of the challenges that we're talking about. I am appreciative of the good work that was commissioned in ensuring the success of both programs. And I'm particularly delighted by the cooperation between my office and that of my counterpart, Honorable Frolic, as I've indicated. And especially reflecting the practical case of the recent example of Eastern Cape. And we feel that it must not be just because of the good relations between the two of us, but it's something that should be replicated in all the provinces, in all the other chairs, and that can go a long way to making sure that we adhere to what the Constitution is saying when it's talking about South Africa as a unitary state. There is, however, room, Chairperson, for improvement in the manner we coordinate our planning, so that we can account for more members of provincial legislature and officials in the respective departments forming part of the various delegation during sites visit as we take Parliament to the people. You know the story very well, Chairperson, because you are always leading from the front, being part of the delegation, leading a delegation, or being led sometimes, even though we are a Chairperson of the NCOP. Out of those experiences and in celebrating the 20 years of this institution, we think out of what we have done in the past years, there is still a room for improvement. When I was getting in, Advocate was talking about the Lamusa judgment. And our take to it, it's not something that it's reflecting something very bad about us, but we view it as something that out of it we can learn and do things in a different manner. And out of it, we can use the judgment as a case study to deepen democracy and assist ourselves even in our endeavor for self-correction. I deliberately decided to refer to the enrichment of some of the things of how we've done it with my colleagues. I am mindful of the challenges sometimes coming from different provinces and how you always talk about that issue, Chair, when we deal with the issue of the 6-week cycle. Is it really enough? Is it making us to do justice whenever we're dealing with a bill? And we are of the view that self-correction should also entail reviewing those prescripts, because after 20 years, after 20 years, we must be able to say this is working for us, and what is not working for us, we must have a way of making sure that we fine-tune that thing so that it can be working for us. Chair, as we celebrate 20 years of carrying the interest of provinces, we think we should emerge out of this celebration with a clear vision of what worked for us and what still needs to be done to enhance this institution as an activist parliament. Where else to start except here and now? I wish you success in your deliberations as the hopes of our people are vested on us. Before giving it back to you so that my colleague can add out of what we have prepared, Chair, I can attest to this House that, as you might have given the apology why I came late, the interest from the people outside and even the press conference that we addressed today, you can see that Parliament and how things are being done, the interest that is being shown by South Africans is totally different to the years back. And out of that, what is it that we can do differently to make sure that at all times we are taking the aspirations and interests of those people into serious consideration? Without much ado, Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to thank you for this opportunity, and my colleague will fill the gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Frolik.
Now, good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, and also all the members, very familiar faces that I've worked with in the 4th Parliament and also in the 5th Parliament. I see former members of the NA and NCOP who are now presiding officers in the different legislatures, also the chief whips. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Firstly, Honorable Chairperson, my apology for my late arrival. We're dealing at the moment with competing priorities, and some of them, especially when you deal with the 4th estate, don't always stick to time. May I say, and I fully concur with the presentation by the Honorable Nyambi, the House Chairperson for Committees in the Council of Provinces, that the relationship, the working relationship between the two houses is ever improving. And great was our disappointment, I may add, that at the last Joint Rules Committee meeting, when the public participation model for Parliament, that is both for the NA and the NCOP, couldn't be finalized and adopted, because that basically lays the foundation and serve as a guiding tool for the two houses on how we engage in public participation, especially when we deal with legislation, and also in terms of oversight visits. So that is an outstanding matter that hopefully the Joint Rules Committee will deliberate on very soon, so that the political parties, I think by now they've had enough time to look at that draft public participation model. That model is critical. Not only does it underpin the work that we're doing, but it also deals with areas where there was unnecessary duplication in the past, And may I also add, Chairperson, that whilst not waiting for the model to be adopted, we are already implementing measures to cut out that unnecessary duplication that have occurred in the past. But the adoption of that model is crucial for the way forward in terms of how we coordinate the work between the two houses and also with the provinces. It's a clear blueprint that has been developed, and we are looking forward with excitement for the full implementation of this model. One of the key areas, honorable members, that impact on the work of the National Council of Provinces is that of legislation. Because you find still that the majority of legislation, if not all of it, gets introduced in the National Assembly at various times during the year. And thereafter, once the National Assembly has completed the work thereof, it goes to the Council of Provinces, to the provinces for mandates, and it comes back again. So there's a clear cycle that must be observed. The legislative program is heavily influenced by the parliamentary program, and we must jealously guard the space for committees to fully interrogate and execute their constitutional responsibilities before the one house hand it over to the other house, and also when the other house come back and they have certain issues that they raise on it. You cannot shortcut that program. If you shortcut that program, you will run into serious constitutional issues, and also it will compromise the quality of the work that the two houses must do in completing and finalizing legislation. So the two of us are looking forward for further engagement with the task team that is working on the parliamentary program to ensure that sufficient time is set aside for the committees and that we do not have any undue delays in the National Assembly for the legislation to reach the NCOP. Honorable Chairperson, as we are sitting here, and based on discussions that we've had with the leader of government business, there's 27 bills envisaged to be introduced in Parliament for 2017. It may change because they're still working on it and dealing with the outcomes of the Cabinet Lekgotla. Currently, there are 29 bills before parliamentary committees in the National Assembly and then also some in the NCOP at various stages of completion. Already we've received 7 draft bills in this year that has been submitted to Parliament, and once again the entrance is the National Assembly. And there are two bills with Constitutional Court deadlines which must also be finalized. And those bills one is the very infamous FICA bill that is in front of the Finance Committee in the Standing Committee of Finance in the National Assembly. And also there is the insurance bill that is before the Portfolio Committee of Finance. Now, honorable members, this gives us in total 65 pieces of legislation for this year, which is a lot. It's a lot, and that's why we need the synergy between the two houses. Unless that synergy is there, you will find a mad rush towards the middle and end of this year, where the NCOP gets flooded with bills that is coming through. The NCOP members then must get their mandates from the provinces, and you have this congestion towards the end of the year. So whilst we will be processing the different budget votes after the Minister of Finance tabled the main appropriation bill on the 22nd of February, immediately the same process must run concurrently, Mr. Chabalala, where clear legislation programs for each of the different committees must be developed so that it creates a sense of predictability for the second house to be able to function at an optimum, and for that house to have sufficient time to conduct all the processes that they are engaged in. That is a matter that requires very, very good coordination between the two houses, and we give the undertaking, Chairperson, that we will work tirelessly to implement an effective legislative program for the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. Of course, there will be other areas of priority that will kick in that will make it sometimes difficult for the legislative program to proceed as we wish it to proceed. But given the cooperation that we've received between the two houses, we do not foresee too much difficulty in getting as far as we possibly can to complete this legislative program this year. One of the areas that we are still busy discussing and soon will be concluding discussions on is the issue of the Section 76 legislation, especially where there is room for collaboration between the National Assembly Committee and the NCOP committees. That will ensure, by using the necessary communication media at our disposal, that joint briefings is possible without infringing on the authority of the respective houses. And when those joint briefings take place, and it is placed on the parliamentary television channel and other platforms that are there, it will also indicate to our colleagues in the provinces that this is the briefing that has taken place, so that you don't need to wait for the member of the council to come and do the briefing from scratch. So it will prepare the provinces to know what is coming. The briefing that will be available, that will be joint, will be available to all members of the provinces. It will be on TV channels. It will be on the different platforms that are there. And then the two houses can develop their programs then in terms of the processing after the initial briefings has taken place. We believe, Chairperson, it will cut out certain duplication that do take place, and that where a same member of the executive must go to the one house and repeat with the same officials in the second house that is taking place. But we will further refine our approach to that so that we can give then expression to the collaboration and coordination that is essential between the two respective houses. May I also, Chairperson, make use of this platform to thank the staff in the NCOP, the Secretary, the Acting Deputy Secretary to Parliament, and also the presiding officers for always ensuring that we make the necessary time so that we can attend to those issues between the two houses that require, on an ongoing basis, the utmost attention. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, we do have members who are stuck in the ad hoc committee who are not here, but who have sent their apologies. We also do have the apology of Medi Khale, who is attending a conference. We have an apology from the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Ntate Tau. I'd like to open the floor for discussions. Are there any takers? None? There are no takers. Can we get a briefing on the Lamusa? Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Ma'am Ukwele?
Okay, ke lebogela tšhono e o imphileng modulasetilo, ke lebogele ditshwaelo tse di dirilweng ke badula ditilo ba dintlo tse pedi tse di farologaneng, NA and NCOP. Presentation ya Ntate Frolik o buile gore when we go out for briefings there will be like one kind of a briefing where the executives and the portfolio or the sector concerned will be a briefing for both two houses so that we avoid the duplications. Now, my question is on if that is happening, are we not going to flout the legislation somehow? as 2 houses. And then again, the issue, Chairperson, I once raised this issue at the programming committee meetings about the manner in which the joint sittings are handled. As the house, the NCOP house, we feel like the way we are treated, I know we don't have enough spaces and we don't have enough equipments to allow the NCOP to be comfortably catered for. But I think the chairpersons of the house and the people that are concerned in terms of arrangement of the joint sitting, at least they must avail the speaking or the where members will freely participate. It's like when we are in a joint sittings of any sort, the NCOP is not catered for in terms of speaking equipments. We are like watching the NA doing the work, whereas we are equal as parliament. Lastly, again, the manner in which the parliamentary television is available to the NCOP is not of like the way it is at the NA level, because select committees of NCOP, they are not well taken care in terms of broadcasting channel of the parliament. Maybe if you can find a way, because sometimes people will ask you, but we only know of portfolio committee. What is it that the select committee actually doing? We find it hard to explain exactly what is the duties and the responsibilities of the select committee to explain to members at South Africans at large. So if maybe you can see to it that when you do your planning, maybe also the committee rooms of NCOP, in terms of all the materials that are needed, they are taken care of. Thank you.
Ntate Mhlashuping?
No, good afternoon, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. And compliments of the new season, colleagues. Mine is with reference to the 6-week cycle that Ntate Nyambi referred to. That having realized that there's limited time that is always afforded to the NCOP as well as the provinces in terms of briefings, public participation and all that. What is the document trying to suggest? More so that I think Appropriation and Finance is dealing with the money amendment bill. With the amendments of the said bills in order to correct the situation, because it is not enough for us to allude to the fact that is it working for us, is it not working for us? Indeed, it's not working, and it puts provinces into a tight corner in the passing of such legislation and giving enough time to permanent delegates to brief their provinces. If you could shed some light into what would be the way forward in terms of the amendment that we perceive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other hand? Can I then ask Ntate Nyambi and Ntate Frolik to respond? To the two, it's not two matters. It is matters from the two members.
Thank you. The issue of the 6 weeks, you'll remember when we started this term and provinces were invited, chief whips and speakers, they had a view about this issue of 6 weeks cycle, and is it giving them ample time to be able to do justice. So when I was flagging it, I'm flagging it because now we have even the Lamusa judgment that is dealing with this issue of time. So I'm raising it that it's giving us an opportunity as a National Council of Provinces after 20 years to look at it and see how best can we sort that situation. That is why I'm making a point that it's possible out of these to be able to come with something that will be workable. That it, of course, is going to make provinces to say, now we're able to do justice whenever we are dealing with a bill. And the fortunate part is that the chairperson is leading the team now that is dealing with the rules of the National Council of Provinces. And before the end of next month, it will be the thing of the past. So that is giving us an opportunity so that we can effect whatever changes, because when we're celebrating the 20 years, we'll reflect about what has happened in the past, what are the lessons that we have learned, where we need some improvement, then we can be able to improve. The issue of the arrangement, it's a very interesting issue that for some time it has been with us being discussed at all levels. Is the place enough for us as members of parliament? You'll remember that when it started the 5th term, sometimes some of the committees will struggle even to get a room to have their meetings. And even now it's still the case that if you want to have all committees, portfolio committees and select committees sitting at a go, it means we have to have others that will get venues outside. That is why there was this issue of looking at relocation. And the relocation was going to address part of what was raised then. And it's a discussion that is going on. But the issue that I want to raise is that there's no room that has been demarcated to say, no, this one is for a portfolio committee. As a management of any committee, whether select committee or portfolio committee, you are entitled to make an application in time, whether you want to use this venue, whether you want to use any other venue. But you know that space is limited, so it's first come, first serve. And the facility that can be able to do the recording is not all the rooms. So for your committee to be beamed in that channel, it means you must be in the room where there is that facility. So it's an appeal to all the chairs that if you are not getting an opportunity to go to that room, of course it's going to be a disadvantage, not unless you are dealing with something that will make a media to have interest and come to that situation. The one of e-sitting arrangement, when it's a joint sitting, it's an issue that has been raised even in our last workshop, if I remember very well, that of course it's not right, like we're all members of parliament in good standing. And if you want to rise, whether it's in a form of a point of order or you want to do something, it's an uncomfortable situation. And sometimes it's the closeness. We're too close to each other such that even those that are misbehaving, if they have to get out, they can't be. That was on a lighter note. Even those that can be supposed to. But it's an issue that is dealing directly with the first one that I raised about the space. The space is limited. Then I'll leave the one of the parliamentary program to Honorable Frolik.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just in terms of the issue of briefings, it's a matter that we are fine-tuning and busy finalizing to ensure that we do not impede or infringe on any of the two houses, right? And we're talking about the initial briefing that takes place, which we believe should be more popularized. On the second issue, Honorable Chairperson, we must be blunt about this thing. This parliament has not been designed, and the architecture is of such a nature, it's not for a democratic parliament. This parliament was designed for the old apartheid parliament. And we are here trying to make the best possible. There are different proposals that has been on the table. The President has mentioned it also before in terms of the relocation and matters that Parliament must attend to. So that is something that is under discussion, but also in this day of the austerity measures that we are in, it will be very, very difficult to say that there is an immediate solution for that problem. But as the Honourable Nyambi have said, there's no preference being given to any specific committee to have any specific room where they are having their meetings. But we need Honourable Nyambi to follow up the issue of the broadcast every now and then when I switch over onto the parliamentary channel and I'm not here in Parliament, even if it's over weekends. It is predominantly the NAM committees that are being profiled there. And one would like to see a little bit more so that there is equity in terms of what is given to the public. And then the matter, Honourable Chairperson of the Honourable Nyambi have said it, the seating arrangement when joint sittings take place. We must ask the relevant, the in-house authorities, the Secretary to Parliament and his team, working with the ICT people to see what measures can be taken to address the issue that the Honourable Member have raised there. You will see also when the joint sitting takes place, all members are really squashed into the middle section there, and it is not very conducive for the free participation of everyone that is there. But those are the constraints that we are working under. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to elaborate, when the ministers refer the bills to Parliament, they write simultaneously to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the NCOP, so the bill is transmitted to Parliament at the same time. Now, as soon as the NCOP gets the bill, we transmit it to the provinces. Now, why would we send a bill to the provinces immediately we receive it if it is not that the provincial speaker can refer it into the portfolio committee? Now, once that bill is transmitted into a portfolio committee, it means that all committees can discuss the bill informally. They can't send us, as the NCOP, a mandate at that point. They can't. But all provincial legislatures and ourselves have legal advisors and commissions. So in fact, that bill can simultaneously get the people on all the 10 legislatures, we can simultaneously get to understand the bill and interrogate and get legal advice on the bill. What then happens is, depending on the section of the bill, we then wait for the National Assembly to finish dealing with the bill and to then formally refer what has passed through into the NCOP. And what I understood Ndate Frolik to be saying is, at that initial meeting where the department and the minister are briefing, it is not necessary because already we've got the bill also at the NCOP level. It therefore saves time for both, for a joint sitting of the committees of the same portfolio to sit together and get the briefing same time. So that even the NCOP members can ask the questions for clarifications, elaborations, whatever, at the same time, which might actually bring the discussions to bigger understanding amongst both House members. Now, members, Mayor Kivit will remember that in the donkey years when she and I were first time round speakers in the provinces, we had funding from the European Union. And in each of the 9 legislatures, there were conferencing rooms, which meant that first initial briefing by the department in the provinces, we could be having people sitting and participating, because you could ask from the provinces your own question real time. But remember, in the province and in the NCOP, you are still at the informal stages. At that point, it is only the National Assembly that is at the formal stage. Once they have passed it, at least you don't have to take another period in the NCOP and then take the same group into the NCOP. And sometimes when you take the department now into the province, they are not sending the DG, they're sending somebody junior. So the understanding of either the NCOP or the province is different from the understanding that was initially given to a portfolio committee in the NA. So what we are trying to say is, coordinate this, save time, include the broadness of reasoning and questioning into the bill. And if there are still issues after the NA has dealt with the matter, then the provinces have had time to consider and to come to a whatever. The NCOP has had time, and that enriches the amendments which can come back from that side of the house into the side of the house. So all we're saying is that that might begin to address the shortness of the 6-week cycle which we have, because sometimes it is not enough. If you're going to wait until the NA finishes and then introduce it into the National Assembly, in the NCOP, and then have the public hearings in the NCOP, and then run to the provinces for further, then you are in trouble. Because remember, from 2014, we've been saying, what is it that we want to do in legislation which is an add-on from the processes of the National Assembly? Not repeat. Not repeat. Because we should have enough confidence on our colleagues who are in the National Assembly that they have considered that the amendments or whatever it is that they are putting is okay. What we need to do as provinces and the NCOP is, this piece of legislation, how does it affect us in province X, in province G, and so on and so forth. And then argue on the basis of the add-on. I think that was our understanding. On this matter, yes, Ntate Nyambe, I want to agree with you. Honorable members, right across the street from here, this empty lot where you are parking, this land was acquired by Parliament years ago because we wanted to create enough space, Memukwili, which would ensure that when there are joint sittings, that there are enough, even quality office space for all members, that enough committee room space for members. What has happened is that because of money matters, economy not doing well, that project was abandoned. Because if that project had taken place, we would have a room which can be used for joint sittings where all of us could sit comfortably. The joint sittings are not a phenomenon of South Africa. They happen throughout the world. The only thing is that they are planned for and people are accommodated for properly. And maybe, yes, I do share the discomfort of members of the NCOP. Speakers and premiers will tell you how uncomfortable it is when, you know, when one person needs to go to the bathroom, the whole bench must stand up. And the bench is not of a steady material, it is rickety, it is uncomfortable. We have raised these matters and we are raising this matter again with Treasury because even though there is an option that the President tried to push us through of looking at the relocation of Parliament, it will not happen in the next 5-10 years, let us be realistic. If you get into that mode, you still have to identify, you still have to worry about getting the monies to build, you still need to worry about this and that and that. So in the short term, we must really find an alternative which will make all the members feel that they count in Parliament. So that matter, we are taking care of it. What I want to say is that the old assembly, I remember once we were having a very hot debate in the NCOP, and the traditional leaders were using the old assembly. And the National Assembly was sitting. Parliament has 2 channels that they can broadcast on. Instead of broadcasting the National Council of Provinces and the NA, we were sacrificed. Rather, you could show the House of Traditional Leaders. Now, that is a very funny way of dealing with one of the houses that make up Parliament. And perhaps that is where we need to go into. Because communications, maybe facilities in the National Council of Provinces have not been given attention. In 2014, I'm happy, Deputy Secretary, you are here. In 2014, when we came in and we realized that we're having challenges with the chamber of the NCOP, it is not ideal. Sometimes when Western Cape raises hands, when you are presiding, you don't see them. And you miss them not because you don't want to point at them, but because your view is like this. So our chamber is not ideal. We had then suggested that we move to the old assembly. When we were given the figures that were involved, just to bring the communications in the chamber up to the standard, we retreated because we thought 20 million to upgrade just the communication systems in the old assembly just so that we can sit there was something that we thought, I don't want to be said to have taken that because I am not sure that it really, the public would understand the 20 million there. But it is things that worry us that we have been considering. When it comes to the committee rooms, honestly, all committee rooms should be able to beam out the sittings. But I want to say that, unfortunately, I'm the only one of the 4 presiding officers here. I think it is also, Ntate Frolik, the attitude of the communications people by Parliament. It is that attitude. The NCOP does not matter. It is a junior house. We will not. So maybe that is the fighting point that we will start off 2017. We are very serious. We take ourselves very seriously in the NCOP. And therefore, we want to have as enough space as possible. The other complication which we might want to talk about is who controls the TV, the Parliament's channel? Because that's where the problem is. We don't. Parliament does not. So we are beginning to get into that space, and hopefully by the end of this year, those things will be resolved because ons rugby vara monordin color no. Some things must be resolved. Parliament must restore itself. We must take ourselves seriously. I want to then ask the provincial speakers. Member Miki, do you want to bell the cat? Do you want to start off? Whether there are any issues from you that we should include, we should take note of your year.
No, thank you very much, National Speaker. Let's start by National Chairperson of NCOP. My apologies. Let me start by appreciating this session. Coming together like this and trying to find cooperation and coordination amongst ourselves. As the Free State, we are ready to host you. When you take the NCOP to the people. What one would really wish to raise, Chair, in terms of coordination, communication, and cooperation. all the issues that we have been talking on, how do we synchronize our work? Yes, there is a lot that needs to really be synchronized. Also on communication, because sometimes one gets perturbed that how we communicate with one another raises an eyebrow at times. When we are supposed to send delegates to the NCOP, at times your office chair does not communicate with the office of the speaker, but the office of the chief whip. I would appeal that we should improve from that one. Because I have raised it with the chief whip that chief whip, you, as the chief whip of the legislature, your work is to coordinate with other chief whips of other parties. And I understand that also with the party, the ruling party. But communication, formal communication with the NCOP should be done by the speaker. But I understand he will do it because it starts with you communicating with him rather than with me. Now, one other thing that sometimes challenges is that we feel like at times when you make your programs, you are inconsiderate of provincial programs. And when we are not able to support you when you are there, it's as if we do not want to support you when it's not necessarily like that. Because we have our own programs. Maybe what should happen is that we should send our annual programs to you, but not just them, maybe. If we have TACs, that we also send the TACs, so that when you consider your programs from time to time and wish to go to provinces, you should know how our programs are standing. But this thing of bills, it's challenging. I don't know what needs to be done, because we normally feel like it's as if you were told yesterday that you are supposed to deal with this bill. The way they come, short notice, we are supposed to take Mondays quickly, send them, is inconveniencing on a serious note. It needs quite an improvement on how to deal with it. But I think sitting like this is a starting point towards addressing such challenges. Hence, one appreciates this kind of a sitting here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, coming together is important. I do agree that in 2014, for the first time, I might not have been there before 2014. I was somewhere else, heading kettles. But through experience, because you learn by talking to people that have been there, we really appreciate a fact that as provinces, we now come together, we plan and we talk to each other for better coordination. I know that there can't be a process where it's 100% perfect. We will have challenges, but for me, I'm comfortable for the fact that if there's a challenge, I'm able to even pick up a phone and talk to the chair directly. But also even at the administrative level, the secretary of the legislature is able to speak to the advocate to say, we have this particular challenge. But Chair, the other issue that helps us a lot, for example, already in terms of the program of the NCOP, because it was sent last year already. It was presented in our programming committee, and I will know that our offices where we have challenges, they are already engaging with the NCOP office. But our Cape Town office of NCOP does help a lot, Because you can't do everything using the formal structures. Even if I get an SMS to say, hey, Speaker, be aware of 1, 2, 3, and 4, the formal communication is still coming. I am able to even plan ahead and say, this is what we're going to, how we're going to respond. Because prior communication has actually happened. The 6 weeks was agreed upon in 2014. But it's time 2.5 down the line to look back and review whether it is still adequate. I can safely say we have a challenge. But the question that I'm grappling to respond to is whether having that challenge, will we be able to have enough time to even change the 6 weeks? I am not sure. But I want to propose that if it is possible, let us relook at the 6 week, whether it's enough or not enough, and see whether we can accommodate that, or maybe even the change. But I know that there's, time is like money. There's never enough money, there'll never be enough time. Because there's no drawer that puts time and say, when you need the time, you're going to, to take that time away and use it. But where we can, let us strive to ensure that we improve. Chair, I know that at times we are confronted with the challenge of the delegation that we send. Maybe for me, it's an internal matter that we are dealing with in Gauteng. But the challenge is, at times, those that we send, they want to come here, debate as if they are sent by their own political parties, when they need to represent the provinces. At times, I even grapple to understand why will they want to put party politics, because prior to them coming here, we need to have a section and give them a mandate, rather than people coming on their own. Because if we allow that, really will create anarchy. And I'm sure for those that come from different parties, they need to caution their members to say, NCOP is a structure of provinces, it's not a political party. You might be in the NCOP because you have been elected through your party structure. But once you are here, you represent your province. Let us strive and ensure that we improve on that, but also make those that we send to understand that, yes, when we are at that level, at the provincial level, you can always represent your party. But as soon as the province sends you here, you represent the staff that has sent you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not going to repeat what other speakers have said, but just to add. On the issue of taking parliament to the people, I think we need more coordination, as you have said, because the people that we are dealing with, both from the legislature, from the parliament, from the NCOP, from the executive, from the municipality level, because Salga is also here, it's the same people. So we can't be calling them every other week to come and say the same thing. Because remember, even if it's from the municipality level and from the provincial level and also from the national level, people don't necessarily understand those separations. So they will always raise an issue of water at the municipality level, at the provincial level, and also at the national level. So within ourselves, we need to be able to coordinate better, not necessarily comply, or just because we want to do a report that we had taking parliament to the people, or in Bizo or Lekgotla. The second one is the issue of the provincial week. I think my colleagues have said a lot, but the issue is still funding. Some of the legislatures were heavily underfunded. And not that we don't want to participate, it's the question of the resources. Even sending delegations sometimes is the question of the resources. But what is even more difficult is that as the NCOP, you will only fund your 4 members and staff, and we are expected to fund the whole 39 members of the legislature, the support staff, the catering, the accommodation, and all other things. So at the end, all our money is done there. We are not even able to do our own programs that include oversight and other things. So we would gladly want to participate, but the resources don't allow. But within what we have, We need to be able to coordinate better and be able to still achieve the same goal because we have the same goal. And the other issue still on this provincial week. Colleagues, maybe we need a session to go deeper into the issue outstanding, going deeper into the issue. Because for me, the NCOP and National Parliament should be coming to augment us as provinces and municipalities because we are dealing with things at the coal phase level. So you can't be coming to get the same things that we are doing. So my understanding is that when you visit, you want to get either a fresh mandate or just to assist us in dealing with the issue. I will give an example in our province of the Vuwani issue. All of us woke up and 29 schools were banned. And what else did we do? We call imbizos, we call meetings, both from the national up until the municipality level. So I think there must be a better way of relieving our people and not wait for violent actions before we can be able to coordinate better. So we had our imbizos, we had the provincial week, we had El Khotla, we had everything. But because things are quiet now, we are also quiet. So once they wake up again and raise the same issue, we'll be running around also doing again the public participation and all other things. So let's not do this for the sake of complying. Let's do it with a genuine thing of improving the lives of our people. It also goes to the oversight weeks, where you will have the select committee coming to the province to do the oversight, the portfolio from the national parliament doing the oversight, the province also doing the oversight, and the municipalities also have their own forums. At the end, we are also burdening our municipalities and ourselves, because what we do best is to get those consents and everything, but coming to what we do after is something else. So when we need a better model of being able to integrate, it's constitutional. We really have to go and consult our people, but the way we are doing it, we need to work on it further. And the last one is about the legislation. I think my colleagues have said, yes, 6 weeks, cycle, but reality says to us 6 weeks is not enough. Because if you really want to consult people on legislation, I think it's the most difficult part, because it's got legal language, which you must translate into local language, which you must take people through. But because we are doing it to comply, even if you're dealing with medicine bill, you'll just call people from the community while you're supposed to target the relevant people. But because we don't have time, it is as if we don't want to involve people. The other issue is the issue of timing. I know we can be very efficient in terms of putting the timelines and every other thing. How we do like the division of revenue bill or amendment bills. While we're busy consulting and everything is passed. So you don't even know whether the inputs from the provinces are considered or not. And then we'll be required to even sign as the speaker, sign very quickly because the mandate is being waited there. So is it genuine? Is it going to, because remember, for me, the understanding of the amendment bill is that while the budget was passed in February, something happened urgently, which needed maybe to direct some funds, and that's the opportunity that we use. But it seems, I'm not sure what we're doing it for those reasons. So if we can be able to look at that, it will assist us a lot. And also, how do we get reports and briefing from our own permanent delegate from the NCOP into the legislature? I think our systems are not tight there. We see them like when they come for oversight, when they come for other things, but in terms of having debates and discussing on their reports in the NCOP, how do we better tighten it? I think others Chair will discuss them as we go on. But those, I think, are pertinent issues that we need to deal with.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the honorable members and officials present. I think most of the provincial speakers have raised the areas of concern that as provinces we tend to encounter, but I would probably like to emphasize on a few. One being the issue of timing. We will complain and say that the judiciary is crossing the line when they tell us that you did not facilitate public engagement in a particular bill, therefore restart it. Yet we have created that environment because the processes of facilitating the passing of a bill are processes that are designed by ourselves. And in such a design, we should be able to say how much time we need to do what. The issue of fast tracking, because Department X needs this piece of legislation, and we tend to compromise on those processes that we should be following, because this bill must be passed by that such and such a time. We really need to take a serious relook at that approach, because it then compromises the very existence of the NCOP. The NCOP is a platform created for provinces to debate and participate in the national sphere. And therefore, those members must be adequately mandated. Sometimes we limit even that mandating to only the bill's processes. Just after SONA, there will be SOPAs. When and how does the NCOP regard taking mandate from a province by its member? How do they facilitate that in the light that when members, permanent delegates, have to go to provinces for such platforms as the State of the Province Address, they must fend for themselves. The NCOP is not responsible. Now, how does the NCOP think that they would get these members, where would they get the understanding and the interests of the province that they represent? And I'm saying those are issues that, again, we would implore on the NCOP to look at. Because when we budget for these members, the AG is on our necks to say, but yes, they are your delegates, but they operate at that level. And there becomes a tiff between ourselves and the office of the AG when it comes to auditing on these matters. My next point would be on the experiences of such programs that would be like taking Parliament to the people. Even in the past, you would hear in the facilitation for such programs, they would be, our officials, unfortunately, there's no other way I would put this, Honorable Chairperson. Their interest becomes on procurement to a point that there would be fights in those meetings that would even compromise the very product that you would want to see in the program of taking legislature to the people or taking parliament to the people. The interest, personal interest in procurement would supersede the very objective of such a very important program. And therefore, we do need to have champions, political champions, that would, from time to time, spearhead these programs and ensure that they are politically driven, because these are political programs seeking to achieve a political objective, and therefore must never be compromised because of administrative interests. And therefore, as political representatives here, we must have that space of saying who oversees or who drives this program from beginning to end. My last point would be on synchronizing the program. I think that one has been spoken over and over. There used to be what would be called a joint programming committee, where we would get the chairpersons of the programming committees in provinces coming to meet, and we minimized clashes at some point. I don't know what happened. That led to us having again to experience the same thing of clashes of programs, where you then would find your provincial reps having one program and the NCOP reps having another program, and these programs at times are so similar that they could just have had one program. We really need to minimize that, because it drains the little resources we complain about. And we could do better if our coordination was properly handled. I think let me rather stop there. Even though I would have said it would have been nice just to get a sense before we table our policy speeches, to get a sense of at least how many pieces of legislation are we foreseeing to process in a particular year. Because it becomes, Treasury is now, Auditor General is now upping the game in us saying, when you budget, if you have to do virements for bills that arrive later, to say, but why didn't you budget for this? And you would say, you budget for that which you have no clue of how many pieces of legislation you would have processed in a particular year. Now, if the NCOP could just, I'm not saying, I understand it would never be exact, but just to have a sense to say, we target this year to process so many bills that would require provincial public participation and the like. As part of planning, that can help. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe it's just to emphasize the issue of the late referral of bills, which we as the legislature, we had in writing indicated that matter to the Chairperson of the NCOP. That if we, like other speakers have already said, that really it makes us not to work properly in our provinces, because we want to do thorough work with regards to the consultation, but the late referral really they hamper us in, with that regard. But another matter that I want to raise is the procurement, like when you take TLP to, when you take parliament to the people, that we want to recommend as provinces that you look at the issue of the database of the people of the province. Because really when there's TLP, people are looking for economical empowerment, and only to find that, like, if there is a TLP in Mpumalanga, then you'll get tents and chairs and everything coming from another province. It's a problem for us, because we are accountable as the province, and when you live as NCOP, and we must be accountable to the people, they even gear themselves to do a small catering there and doing flooring and providing tents. And as provinces, we have all those resources. We are well resourced. Our people are there. They can provide those resources if given the opportunity. With synchronizing the program, we've started, as Honorable Nyambi said. The only thing is that us as provinces, we need to consider the program as soon as the NCOP send the program to us as legislatures. And when we do our programs, we must consider how best can we synchronize that program with regards to the oversight weeks and the provincial weeks. But so far, we've started as a province and we don't have a problem. And want to appreciate the program that was done in the Eastern Cape. We have learned, and from it, I think we're going to improve and do our things better. Thank you. Northwest?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo wa kgotla ya ditšhaba tsa di-province. E re le nna ke tseye tšhono ye modulasetulo ke go leboge gore bonnete le boammaruri kopano e botlhokwa, ebile re dumelana le wena ka mogopolo gore tirisano mmogo e maatla. Fa re dira mmogo ga go kitla re eta re gatana dikhonse ko morago, gore re bone mo nako e fetileng tirisano mmogo e ne e reketla tota bonnete le boammaruri, mara fa e sale 2014 go na le diphetogo tse ke naganang gore ka bongwe fela jwa pelo re tla dumelana gore di re isa gongwe. Mme ke dumelane mme ke dumelane le babusa kgotla ba bangwe gore okay, thank you very much, Honorable Honorable Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, of the provinces. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the two presentations, also to take tune from what you have said from the beginning, that the reality is that all the speakers have covered most of the issues. We might be different legislatures, different provinces, but the reality is that the challenges are the same, because we are all leading the legislative sector. As a matter of emphasis, Honorable Chairperson, one is on the issue of improving communication to the legislatures. That is key and very much important. And on that one, we must also add the time frames, that it cannot be correct as legislatures to receive information in 2 days, to submit a mandate the following day in the NCOP. It's not even justice to the committees of the legislature. It's not right. If we can just improve on that. The other thing, Honorable Chair, is that, and I'm happy that Honorable House Chair Ref Rolik is here. You know, this portfolio committees visiting provinces, Honorable Chairperson, sometimes they must also recognize there's a legislature there. There's no way that you'll want to recognize another arm being the executive, and you don't want to recognize we are there as the legislature, led by the speakers. So it has been my observation, Honorable Frolik, that you still have some portfolio committees that will just come to the province. But when there are fires, they now know that there's a legislature. But when they enter the province, they forgot that there's this arm of the state. I'll give you an example. The Portfolio Committee of the National Assembly visited Northwest sometime last week or a week or so. It's the sports, whatever, portfolio committee. We were not informed as the legislature. There were challenges there between the department, the municipality. Now the legislature wants to be drawn in. We were not informed, we were not even aware that there was that kind. And we have been pleading as the speakers that at least let us be informed. And we'll fully support the notion that if we resolve today that we'll change and do things better. And also for the national, I don't have problem as much as the NCOP, but the National Assembly to recognize that there are speakers, not only chairpersons. Sometimes they'll just write directly to the chairperson of the portfolio committee, forgetting that that chairperson of the portfolio committee must have a permission from the speaker to leave the legislature to do another program, because already there's a program of the legislature. So there must be a request from the chairperson of the committee so that we are also recognized as the legislatures by the NA, Honorable Frolik. The other matter that is interesting, Honorable Chairperson, you raise a very critical matter of the NCOP catering for provincial interests. I hope the National Assembly can understand that. If there are issues, we have the National Council of Provinces for the matters of the provinces. They rather engage with the NCOP so that we don't deal with this province, it's NCOP, we end up being confused as the provinces. It also deals with there's a presentation here that talks to the Constitution and the powers, all of us. So my take on that is that whilst we are respecting the Constitution, we must not only quote what suits us, we must always try to balance so that working together will do a lot, rather than quoting the part of the Constitution just to cover myself as the legislative sector. At the end of the day, we are infringing on the other spheres' role and power. So it's clear that the role of the legislature and the role of the NCOP as the one area that will protect the interest of the province is well understood by the National Assembly. Lastly, on the issue of the 6 weeks, Honorable Chairperson, I think I fully agree with you. As much as all of us, we agree that 6 weeks is not enough. But the reality is that we don't have enough time to deal with everything. There are many things to be dealt with. But the approach that you are proposing, I just want to support it, that you are saying when the minister writes to the NA, they write to the NCOP at the same time, you send to the provincial legislature. We must do the same, we must not just wait for the formal presentation. We must start the process at the level of the legislature so that by the time formally the NA is done, it's NCOP now is provinces. It's just a matter of formalizing the process. Unfortunately, we did it once and it worked, Honorable Chair. And thank you very much, Honorable Mayor THANDI MODISE.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Speaker and the Deputy Speaker are not here, so in their stead I'll say a couple of words. First of all, best felicitations from the Western Cape. Well, our year is already on full go at the moment. We've got public hearings. I've got to leave shortly for a public hearing. Our SOPA is next week on Friday, so our program is already full and occupied. I think that most of the things that I would like to have said have already been said by others. Some of the frustrations that might occur. The one thing that I would like to add to that, some of the points that have been made, has been, I think that the provinces must have a better opportunity to help determine 75 and 76 legislation. There are sometimes pieces of 75 legislation that come to us that really affect the provinces, and yet they are determined at the NCOP to be 75 legislation, when in fact I think there would be a better opportunity if it was a 76 legislation. I'll give you an example. The fishing related legislation, about 85% of the product of the sea occurs off the Western Cape coast. We've got most of the fishing subsistence population off the Western Cape coast. We really do believe that when fishing legislation comes through, that it should be 76 legislation to allow the 4 coastal provinces an opportunity to comment properly.
I'm told it's working. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think you have received the apology from our Speaker and Deputy Speaker. I'm the Chief Whip of the Legislature. Chairperson, for the Northern Cape, there were 2 issues which we regarded as quite critical, which has been aptly covered by the other provinces. The one is the issue of the 6 weeks. I think the Northern Cape has become notorious for always complaining about the time was not sufficient for us to have done the thorough consultation and public participation as we would have wanted to do. So I think as we are going to be addressing that in a proposal made on how we could actually create more time for provinces to have more thorough consultation, it will assist. The other one was the issue of the NA committees coming into our provinces without us knowing, and us not being able to afford them the necessary assistance and also participating in the programs of the NA committees. So I think those 2 issues were the ones that the Northern Cape would have wanted to raise, and it has been aptly covered by the provinces, so I'm not going to further elaborate on those. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is the KZN? Agago. Okay. He's the permanent delegate from KZN. We want people delegated by their speakers if the speaker is not here, because we're going to talk on to the program of the province. Mfundisi uthunywe nguSpeaker.
No, Chair, I want to apologize on behalf of the Speaker. On behalf of the Speaker, he's got a meeting with Nkosi Zulu.
Ngiyabonga we Mfundisi. Yeah, before I wanted to take all provinces first before I gave Deputy Speaker Gauteng a chance. I thought I'd accord, did I take all provinces? Okay. Ntate Muilwa. We're still speaking, Araso Kenemu discussioning.
Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just quick points. The first chair is really on oversight and accountability, because you're talking synchronization and coordination. Now, you know, the legislative sector has adopted sector oversight model, which really seeks to assist the legislative sector to do what the Constitution says we must do. And we are not doing it. And I think the reason is because we have not synchronized our systems nationally. Now, this grievance about committees of the assembly going to places without the legislature knowing just tells you a story that we are not coordinated properly. Yet we have all the mechanisms in parliament, in the legislatures, to ensure that that happens. Now, you know, Chair, the other time the NCOP, and I'm bringing this thing of a parliament legislatures to the people, went to a community called Swaneville in Mohali City. Now, this is the community that was attacked in the 90s, and there was a massacre there, and so on. So it visited that area, basically to look at whether housing has been delivered. And indeed, houses were delivered. Now, when we were there with the NCOP, I noticed that there would be about 18 houses that are counted that had been constructed, others in the backyards, other people had already built themselves houses, so there's no place to build a house. And then I asked the question, so these guys that have built themselves houses and they were in the list of beneficiaries, what happened to their subsidies? So tell me, and I'm asking the head of Department of Human Settlement and Gauteng. So what happened to the subsidies of people whose subsidies were approved by the Department of Human Settlement, but they built their own houses? So when you came in there, you found no place to build a house. So what happened to the money? And no one could account. So that became part of the report of the NCOP committee that visited Gauteng, that week. Has there been a follow-up with regard to that fundamental question? None, okay? So it just tells you that we take oversight for granted. It's a fundamental question that needed to be answered so that we are satisfied that the subsidies do not fall through the cracks in one way or the other. And I said, if I've counted about 18 nationally, it could be thousands of this kind of cases. So what happens? Is the Department of Human Settlement aware about it, and how is it exercising scrutiny over some of these things and report to the Committee of Human Settlement? And that was not forthcoming. The next point, Chairperson, is this thing of international protocol.
I want to release Ntate Frolik. Do you mind if we he's going for an interview?
Okay, sure. But just before he leaves, this thing of no coordination was once discussed with him. Okay. And we said that the best mechanism is once per year to get all select portfolio committees and committees of legislatures per sector to meet and identify the priorities of the nation and agree on programs for a year, as we are meeting now here, on how are they going to coordinate their work, such that if it's human settlement, it must be human settlement across the nation, and we know that the message is one. Now, he knows that the former speaker did not take that kindly. This deputy speaker, national, once hinted at the Speakers Forum that that idea must be revived because our problem is coordination nationally, and we're not doing it. You can release him.
Well, thank you, Chairperson, for not releasing me yet. My apologies, I must attend to a radio interview soon. Just to say that the issue was raised of NA committees visiting provinces and the provinces not being aware of it. We'll check, there's staff members from my office here, but we usually write to the chairperson, the chair of chairs in the provinces. to inform them that the following committee is coming, and then we ask and say that these are the dates. And in certain instances, we even get assistance from the province as well to set up some of these oversight visits. So the specific instance of the Sport and Recreation Committee will follow up. That was in the Northwest Province last week to find out if the letter in the first place was sent, because I signed that letter, and why did it not reach the responsible politician in the province, because it's unacceptable that a portfolio committee from the National Assembly can simply go into a province unannounced and start doing oversight work without the provincial legislature being aware of that. And we will attend to that matter, and we'll revert, Honourable Chairperson, to the Speaker of the Northwest with the relevant information.
Ntate Moiloa?
Okay, no, thank you very much, Speaker. The next element, Speaker, in the item is sector parliaments. Now, I'm making a suggestion here without making a preamble on it. I met few young people who said to me, yeah, so we attended youth parliament and then we adopted the resolution. What happened to our issues? This is the question. Again, it's the issue of, are we just ceremonial with regard to the sector parliaments, women parliaments, parliament of the youth, parliament of the workers, parliament of the disabled, LGBTI community? Is this helping us to develop programs as lawmakers to ensure that the issues that has been raised are acted on and we report back to the sectors? I think I'm depositing it to you, Chairperson, so that we can begin to develop programs and programs around that. The impact of laws passed, I'm throwing again one spanner in the works. We have the laws in the country, but are citizens really aware about these laws? Are these laws making an impact in the quality of life of citizens? Are citizens of the Republic using these laws to change their lives? Now this is something that Parliament, and when I say Parliament, I mean the Assembly, the legislatures, even municipalities on the bylaws needs to take very serious, because we are going to create at some point a nation that is so detached from the business of Parliament to an extent that they will undermine all the legislations that we have passed. And I heard somebody talking about anarchy. Now, anarchy is an ideological paradigm. It's an economic system where people don't believe in a system of being governed. They want to do things the way they want to do it. That's anarchy. So it's an ideology. It's not like banning a school or a clinic or something of that sort. So we will arrive there, and the signs of anarchy are beginning to show in our parliament, in our legislatures, in local and municipalities. You can see it developing as an ideology. Now, that's very dangerous for a society that has got a constitution that guarantees the right of freedom of expression. And I think we are all agreed that our task is to ensure that we develop an improvement in the quality of life of the people of South Africa, post-apartheid, post-colonialism. So we need to look at this, including our own rules of parliament. We must say that we are observing the national legislature. We are confronted with similar environment in our own councils, in our legislatures in the provinces. Hello, South Africans. What is this that we are doing? Is this really what we want to have? I mean, this is the question. So we need to enter into a dialogue, an honest dialogue, on how do we use the laws, the rules and the laws that we are passing as Parliament to take an account as a nation and agree that this is the kind of South Africa we want to live for the future generations. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have raised the issue of coordination of chairpersons of committees, portfolio committees in the legislatures and national, and that in fact this can, if supported, again, become a center of national policy coordination so that we can all speak with one voice with regard to what needs to happen. I'm saying this, Chair, because we are found napping as a nation, and this is not the problem of Gauteng. The events of last September with honorable member asking a question with regard to mental health, patients and some in Gauteng, and the answers giving the numbers, and now we know what has actually happened. We are caught napping as Parliament. We must take responsibility as the legislature, both national, the NCOP, and Gauteng legislature itself. What is it that we are doing in exercising our constitutional mandate of oversight over the executive? All of us, no one could see that there's something in the implementation of deinstitutionalization of mental health care, as United Nations has instructed, and this national policy in that regard, and how should it be done? None of us could see that there's something wrong there. Yet, our responsibility in terms of the Constitution is to exercise oversight on policy implementation and policy delivery. Clearly, there's something wrong, and I think there's something that we're not doing correctly. Either we are not holding the executive accountable enough as Parliament, and I think we need to really clean up our house in that regard. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Ke a go leboga gape modulasetulo go mpha tšhono e go ka etsa dingwe tsa dintlha tse di tlhagisitsweng ke di bui tse di fetileng le di presentations. Honorable Chair, sometimes it's amazing that as members of the NCOP, as members of Parliament, as members of legislatures, when it suits others to say we are apolitical, we must take it as such. In most instances, when we engage being on oversight or committee meetings, the ideas and the policies of the ruling party will be said loud. And the members that represent the very same political party will say, as per policy of the ANC. When you engage as a member of a particular select committee to say, but in terms of my political party, this is my party position, you are told, no, we don't talk politics. We are politicians. We, irrespective of what we need to achieve, the objective is that all of us, we have the best interest of our citizens at heart. But how do we do it? It's another issue. So we must not be seen as apolitical. We know we are a council. We represent provinces, but we represent provinces in a way that we represent our party policies. I am here as a delegate from Northwest. I will cite an example. One day I was sent by my select committee to go and brief the portfolio committee on disaster management bill. I went there, and after that, a day after I was in a consultative public participation process, a day after that, a circular was sent to committee for me to come and give it said the mandate of the province. I refused. Do you know why I refused? Because I know that that document was arranged way before the suggestions and comments of communities were put in that. I refused. I said, I'm not going, this is not the true reflection of what happened in public participations that I attended. So in that instance, I was told that I'm an anarchist. It's fine, I take it as such, because when you don't agree, you will be told that you are an anarchist. Secondly, Chair, as members of the NCOP and members of the legislature, you know, we attended the Taking Parliament to the People in the Eastern Cape. Our first visit was at the Alfred Nzo district. After that, the Parliament itself moved to the city of Buffalo. And then we asked, but we were in a community meeting in Alfred Nzo. We were there. We allowed people to speak to raise so many issues and so many questions. As Parliament, we promised them that the second leg of the taking Parliament to people, we are coming to you to give you answers. Same applies to the East, Buffalo City. We were in a community meeting, in a process for the whole week where people were standing up, raising so many questions. After that, it was the last day we were on a debate. We don't even have time and space to go back to our people. I think the way we are taking Parliament to people also, we need to reflect on that. Are we there just to raise, batho ba rona ga re tsena re le di maloko a Parliament, re tsena ko bone, but ba feel gore at least there are people that are there to listen to them and they have that hope. In Alfred Nzo, there were principals and district managers raising frustrations to us, hoping that we'll come back and give them answers. Instead, we diverted to another district. I think we need to take care of that also. The last point, Chair, without wasting your time, is that the manner in which the delegates are sent to NCOP, maybe harinali plenary, and then you send temporary, you call it temporary special delegates, thank you very much. Sending the special delegates to the House. In most cases, I don't know whether you have a ratio that is used by legislatures or what, but in most cases, political opposition parties are not taken into consideration. You will find, like, I will give an example of Limpopo province because it's the one that normally sent delegates like consistently so. You will only get members of the ruling party as part of special delegates. And in our case, we think that the manner in which special delegates are sent to the House also, we need to reflect on that because the opposition parties also, when they are sent, they are not even given chance or given any responsibility to do. You will be just, no, I'm there as a special delegate. What is happening? I don't even know why I'm here. I was told by the legislature to come to Parliament. The last one is about budgets and finances. That is the last one, ma'am. Yeah, it's the last one. It's the last one. Yes, it's a challenge. In most instances, we were in Northern Cape, my select committee this last week. We were in the Northern Cape. And it happened that we met the most anarchist council of Dikatlo. They even refused us to interact with the municipality. And unfortunately or fortunately, Chair, we were not even catered for as a select committee. Because this thing of saying, no, when we go to a particular municipality, a municipality must take care of, I'm not saying I can't buy lunch for myself, but it's a norm that when we go out, there is a particular arrangement that is done. But in that decathlon, because they didn't even want to hear the word Parliament or NCOP, they thought we are there to disband them or dissolve them. So they couldn't even arrange lunch for us. We were like, no one was saying anything to us. So I think this thing of us refer the legislature and municipalities burden, when we are there, they must be the one who take care of us, must be thoroughly looked at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will respond on this. The last hand I want to take because we still have other inputs. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hayi ndiphakama nami nokuzibulisela sihlalo ophetheyo namalungu onke alendlu. Ndingusekela Sotswebhu waphaya kula eMpuma Kapa. Ndicinga uba ke se Chairperson, eyona nto that does not augur very well with us is the issue yokokuba the bills cannot pass due to the issue of the quorum. Really, we concur with the Chief Whip of the National Assembly, both the NCOP. With that matter, it really does not augur very well with us. We have to, at some instances, where we have to take vote in our own provinces, told to send delegates to the NCOP. Yet we do have, or even some, to the National Assembly. That is not on. Those who are mandated to be representatives of such in such spheres must do so, or else shift aside. There are so many people outside there who are on the queue. Two, Chair, I think the matter of the on the issue of the beneficiation on the taking legislature to the people is a matter of concern too. As provinces, we do have those, and we interact with relevant municipalities, and we search for service providers in those areas. Unless there is a service that you do not get in that area, it's only when you go out of that area. It's not on also a national chair that you can transport people from Cape Town or from Joburg to go and cater in the Eastern Cape. That is not on. It must not happen again. When you are going to Free State, Madam Speaker, make sure that your people within the province interacting with the leadership of the national province, they benefit also, so that those entrepreneurs, they must also get something out of our own out of our own there. I think Section 60 of the Constitution, National Chair, is clear on the representation of provinces. 10 delegates representing the province, not individuals, as a single delegation. I think that is clear. I think all of us, we must acquaint ourselves with the Constitution, which is our own Bible, which we're supposed to sleep, eat, walk, and do everything with the Constitution, which is our guide. On Thursday, National Chair, on the Thursday, when we were in the Eastern Cape, there was a special forecast dedicated to the people of Alfred Zor. I'm not representing you on that matter, but I remember very well. But we will still deal with some evaluation matters when we're going back there, when we were in the province itself, and because there are areas of improvement, of course. But with these limited funds, I think that assists, though it has its own shortfalls. We must say so. It has its own shortfalls. But the people of Alfred Zor, the principals, SGBs, whoever were there, transported leadership, traditional leadership was there with certain amount, of course, when I'm saying issues of procurement, which was very, very high for us. But we are not here for that. I've said when we are down there, National Chair, with your delegation, when we are evaluating such, we'll deal with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm informed Salga is here. We need to give them space. Are there representatives of Salga? Salga? Imani, I'm not saying Sikokla. Is Salga here and are they getting the mic? Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Chairperson of the NCOP, the speakers, deputy speakers, members of the House. Chair, I don't know. We've prepared notes that can take me up to almost 3 hours. I don't know. Sometimes when you, accepted. Chair, is permissible. Chair, without wasting time.
It's permissible. 3 hours, what about it? Unfortunately, it is not. The councillor knows that in all these instances we are timed. You have adequate time to speak, sir, but not 3 hours.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. First and foremost, honorable members, allow me to thank the National Council of Provinces for you to extend the invitation to us as SALGA to participate in this review session to assess and review the performance of the NCOP on behalf of the collective leadership of SALGA as newly elected leadership of SALGA from the 1st of December 2016. I greet you all. At the 5th SALGA National Conference held in November 2016, municipalities elected the new leadership of SALGA to the executive committee to continue and make sure that we represent local government in terms of the same sector to perform its mandate. During the past term of the office, as SALGA leadership, we delegated 10 members to fulfill our mandate of supporting local government, to continue to transform our own country. But we also appreciate, Chair, the fact that the House accepted those members. But we wanted just to raise two issues that are very important. That the members that were given a mandate to serve in the NCOP, yes, of course, you gave us a support in terms of giving us an office, but the challenge that we are still sitting with is that the same members, when you go out in terms of your program, outreach programs, our members are not actually given a responsibility in terms of working in that particular space. And the second point, they are not actually in your committees. So we want to propose to the House that these members from SALGA, if they can participate like the 10 members from provinces. We know, Chair, you support us as SALGA. We request that you must continue to do so. Therefore, as we develop policies for local government, we can have a voice as local government. We are also delighted to have a partnership with the NCOP. During 2012, the local government week in Parliament, we have raised a number of issues with you, such as the policy development, regulatory constraints to municipal performance, which resulted in positive amendments or changes through Parliament.
Agree, we agreed for it's not 3 hours. Agree, Maren?
The second point was to the reforms in the local government fiscal framework and introduction of some new grants which will benefit the sector. And also to showcase the good practice in terms of assisting oversight at that particular level. But there are gray areas, Chair, that I should think as this House we have to tackle. Chair, we have to review the legislation that are impacting negatively on local government. We've been raising that we are over-regulated, but seemingly we are doing less in terms of addressing that. The second point is the local government equitable share. We've been discussing this matter with different stakeholders as SALGA, that the equitable share that we have in the country is not addressing the challenges that we have in terms of service delivery. The poor areas where we don't have revenue, because of the population, they get less money. The third point is the mainstreaming of the women and other vulnerable groups. As SALGA, we have actually established a desk in terms of responding to those issues, but we need the attention of the NCOP. I don't know, Chair, you said I must try to summarize.
I thought you would have taken the cue from the provincial speakers that we have come together for us to understand succinctly where there are clashes, where there are areas, for instance, of coordination, where there are gaps so that we can coordinate properly. And I think what you are saying to us, are very serious policy issues which this forum cannot deal with. For instance, the permanency of the seats of SALGA on the NCOP, that is a constitutional matter which this forum cannot deal with. So if you can take the next 2.5 minutes to just round off, we'll be happy.
Thank you very much, Chair. The SALGA, in terms of the same issues that were raised by the previous speakers, we also concur in terms of the approach in terms of working with our provincial structures. But I must also share this information because anyway, Chair, I'm from Free State. I was elected in December as Deputy President. But in our province, the coordination with the Office of the Speaker, there are no serious disconnections. We even agree in terms of putting dates together and allocate relevant resources in terms of supporting that program. As they visit the province, they make sure that SALGA is involved. We are also discussing the specific number of councillors that are supposed to assist in terms of the committees in that space. But if in other provinces, SALGA is not involved, we are requesting the House start to involve the provincial structures of SALGA to assist you in terms of the public participation. And then we also do oversight together. Because those people that are in those offices, more especially the officials of SALGA, they can assist in terms of giving you some reports that you need. You might not get some of the reports from the municipalities. But if you use SALGA offices, you can get information in terms of doing oversight in that space. Thank you very much.
And congratulations with your elections in December. Members, I think we should just deal with a few responses. One is that the 6 weeks cycle, we all treat the 6 week cycle as the maximum. It should be the minimum. But because we have set it up as the maximum period, we put ourselves under such pressure that we are always hurried. Two, the South African Parliament is very curious if you compare us to Zambia. In Zambia, the ordinary backbencher is the boss in the real sense. They get more paid than the members of cabinet, and So there is actually more comfort with the members, because Zambia not being in cabinet. And that is why when they hold the executive to account, the executive knows that really the boss is that committee of parliament. In our system, the boss is still parliament to hold account. The problem is inside our heads, because the chairperson of a committee, the committee itself, the broader committee itself, you are scared to hold the executive to account. Now, in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Mulkwili, and you will remember that when we went on, at most instances when we were holding the public meetings, you could not distinguish whether they were EFF or there was an ANC member. Because that is the role of the public representative. Yes, we come from different policy stances, but public representatives should aim to represent the interest of people. And most of the time, the people have forgotten your mandates. Tell us at the elections. They remember that you represent them here. So our duty, if we want to revive the spirit and the estima of parliament and the legislatures, is to go back to doing public representation in the proper way, and that is holding the executive to account. You don't have to be crude about it. You just have to ask the questions in the interest of the people. Now, there is also a question which came up about this thing. Speaker Northwest, I must apologize because you may have complained about a committee of the National Assembly. Parliament has only two people whose heads must be on the block. It's the Speaker and the Chair of the National. We are the executive authority. So we want to apologize profusely. Honorable members, committees belong to the Speaker. They don't belong to the Chair of Chairs or to the Chief Whip. The committees, if you go through all the rules of procedures everywhere, they are established by the Speaker. Every cent that pays you is from the Speaker. Therefore, let us start in Tatenyambi. Your committee of XX what applies to the House Chair. The House Chair, when you communicate with the Chair of Chairs or the Chief Whip in the province, that is the boss. You can copy them, but you write to the speaker. I think, Sivalen Lapo, we apologize profusely for this thing where we now have this mixed masala in it, because at the end of the day, you do not want to have committees which get injured and and then ask. If they are from Nyambi, going there and Bafa, you can't ask me to account if you did not tell me in the first place that they're going and I did not permit you in writing. You cannot ask the Speaker of the Northwest to account when she has nothing and has not said yes. So there are other things that we must talk politics about, and others are just pure administrative, and let us correct them. Committees belong to the speakers. Full stop. Now, the joint sittings, Memkweli, when we went to Alfred Nzo, remember, in terms of the Eastern Cape metric results, Alfred Nzo was said to be the worst off. So we concentrated and actually descended on Alfred Nzo, together with the local government and the province. What we then did, which we had not done in Eden District and the Western Cape, was that before the formal sitting of taking Parliament to the people, we concentrated on addressing the issues of Alfred Nzo. But as we said, with the report back session, which is now wider across the Eastern Cape, we will go back to Alfred Nzo. So far, we have not lied, we have not dodged. We will go back to Alfred Nzo because we have said that report back sessions give the people the right to know that they did not just talk and waste time. In the meantime, what we do is put as much pressure on the executive to tell us why not, when, and how certain things are going to be done. When we go to the Free State Memamiki, that is exactly what we will do. We will go into a district which we think needs our attention, but the whole province will also get our attention. We will report back. I think we should also talk about the provincial week. Last year we had a session, speakers, if you remember, where we tried to look at the provincial weeks and how we need to do at it. At the outset, let me do my second apology. It is absolutely wrong for the NCOP to develop a plan and then throw the financial responsibility on either Salga or the province. It is wrong. If we develop, and that is why last year we spent time trying to look at provincial whips, because we said, don't go there and mess up the provinces. I used to be a provincial speaker. I really resented national MPs coming into the province and expecting that I will suspend the provincial program because Bonabafigil. So I have said this since 2014, I do not want to do that to any province. So again, we will not do it. If it is done, speakers, please pick up the phone and even get me the name of the chairperson. We will deal with it. It does not matter whether it is this in the NCOP or in the NA. We will not disrespect. On the issues raised by Salga, yes, no, before then, Section 60 says 10 per province, it is 90. Now, out of the 90, only 6 of them are designated to be permanent members of the NCOP. The 4 are then called the special delegates. Now, that is where we get into trouble with what is the quorum of the NCOP calculated on. But I am very happy, Deputy Noswep was a Eastern Cape. You've spoken like a chief whip. 54 warm bodies from 9 provinces are in the NCOP, and we don't have a quorum of 30. There's something wrong there. There is something wrong there. Because we can't depend every time from the special delegates to make that quorum. We are speaking to political parties this year. We shouldn't speak to political parties on this matter. You know why? Because we should speak to provincial speakers. Because we are here at the mercy of the secondment from provincial legislatures. So when I report a member, I don't report a member to the party, I report the member from the home that sent that person here. I've not done it, but when and if we ever have an issue where we cannot pass the budget or a bill, speakers, I will talk to you. It has happened once or twice, but it is not going to happen again. As the Deputy Chief Whip says, there are many people, I suspect some of them very competent, who can come up here and represent. So, but we still need to get back to a discussion on really what is the legal quorum for the NCOP. And we are throwing that because it's one of those things that we're not sure of. Are you always calculating it on the permanent members or are you calculating on 90? So, but we need to get to that space somewhere unrushed, clear that we want to not when there is something on the fire and we are at each other's throats. There is a matter which you need to deal with, the division of revenue.
Thank you, Chair. I thought Honorable Mohai would deal with that issue. But I also want to deal with the question relating to the special delegates as raised by Honorable Mukwele. The delegation, as indicated, consists of 10 members. And that is in accordance with the number of the votes that the party has garnered in a particular province. So the special delegates are also determined in terms of that. The fact that the party is represented in a provincial legislature does not automatically entitle that party to special delegates. It is only the party that qualifies in terms of the formula as set out in the law that is entitled to special delegates. So the issue relating to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, as well as
I don't want to be disruptive, ne? I'm participating in a very good mood, but this woman cannot say to me, I must shut up. She must never say that to me. Never, not in the middle, never. She must never say to me, I must shut up. I will take her on a very serious note, I will take her on.
Order, order members. Mamelan, this, Memukwil, I'm coming to your defense, just. Members, can we please respect one another? Order. All of us have the right to speak. Even when we disagree, we've got the right to disagree. You are protected, Memukwili. Honorable member, don't tell her to shut up when she's making a point. Ndepindela, finish off.
The Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, as well as the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, are dealt with in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act. So the time frames that the provincial legislatures are supposed to comply with are imposed by that legislation. That is why, in most instances, even when it comes to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, we do not insist on the 6-week cycle because the time frames are regulated in terms of the Money Bills Procedures Amendment Procedures Act. The indications are that the committees of Parliament, the National Assembly, and the National Council of Provinces are in the process of looking at that act. We are looking at amending it insofar as the timeframes are concerned, so that it can be consistent with the public participation processes. I think that is all, Chair, that you had requested me to respond to. Thank you.
Honorable members, there was also a matter which all of us, all 9 provinces, even SALGA, has commented on. It is how we communicate, and I wish to say that, for instance, one of the things that was very funny this morning is that we invited the speakers, I thought early enough for today's supper, and they have arrived here without seeing the correspondence that invites them to the dinner with us as NCOP. I'm hoping that the ordinary members of the NCOP have received the indication that we are having a dinner today. Yeah, no. Now, speakers, it means all of us are aware that Pindela, we need to find out where the blockages are. This is not the first time, speakers, you are complaining. In the last instance, I remember I would sign 2 letters to the Premier and to the Speaker, and the Speaker's letter would arrive late. But sometimes it is these offices, the provincial offices in the NCOP, because sometimes they are problematic. But I want to apologize, we must fix communication. So the points you have raised, we are taking. I wish to invite you, Ntate, to talk to us about Lamusa.
Thank you, Chair. We have noted the issues that have been raised insofar as communication is concerned, and we shall attend to those matters. I want to be as brief as possible, Chair. The Lamusa judgment dealt with the question whether Parliament and the provincial legislatures had facilitated public participation insofar as the passing of the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill is concerned. The bill was introduced in the National Assembly. The National Assembly accordingly went through the processes, facilitated public involvement. The bill was then passed by the National Assembly and transmitted to the National Council of Provinces. And in accordance with the rules, the Chairperson accordingly transmitted the bill to the provincial legislatures. And I must emphasize these points. And the bill was accompanied by a draft program which imposed timelines on the provincial legislatures. According to the draft program, the bill was to be finalized within 4 weeks. This included the time for the public hearings in the provinces and conferral of both negotiating and final mandates. The provincial legislatures accordingly adhered to the time frames, dealt with the bill, transmitted negotiating mandates as well as final mandates to the National Council of Provinces. The bill was accordingly passed by the National Council of Provinces, sent to the President for signature and assent, and the President accordingly signed it, and it became an act. It was then challenged by LAMOSA. LAMOSA stands for Land Access Movement of South Africa, on the grounds that, amongst others, that the National Council of Provinces and the provincial legislatures had failed to facilitate public involvement as required by the Constitution. The Constitutional Court, as I have indicated, accepted that insofar as the National Assembly is concerned, the National Assembly had facilitated public involvement. The question therefore remained whether the National Council of Provinces, together with the provincial legislatures, had facilitated public involvement. And the Constitutional Court went deeper into the analysis of whether the provincial legislatures and the National Council of Provinces had facilitated public involvement. I must indicate at this stage that in terms of the Constitution, the National Assembly, the National Council of Provinces, and the provincial legislatures separately have a constitutional obligation to facilitate public involvement. The fact that National Assembly would have facilitated public involvement in terms of this judgment does not necessarily mean that National Council of Provinces would have facilitated public involvement. Conversely, insofar as the National Council of Provinces is concerned, if it facilitates public involvement, it does not necessarily mean that then the provincial legislatures have facilitated public involvement. So in terms of this judgment, the three institutions or the legislative sector in general has the constitutional obligation to facilitate public involvement. If the National Council of Provinces is of the view that the public hearings, for instance, should take place in the provincial legislatures, the National Council of Provinces must indicate that and must participate in those processes in the provinces. And of course, building on Doctors for Life, the court said the question to determine whether the National Council of Provinces and the provincial legislatures have facilitated public involvement must be judged objectively. So the question is whether it was reasonable to assume that the National Council of Provinces and the provincial legislatures have facilitated public involvement. The court, of course, due to separation of powers, defers to Parliament, defers to the provincial legislatures to determine how they want to facilitate public involvement. And therefore, the courts do not necessarily dictate to the legislative sector. And I'm using the legislative sector to include Parliament, the provincial legislatures, whether they have facilitated public involvement or not. And the court said that in order to determine whether the National Council of Provinces or the provincial legislatures acted reasonably, one has to take into consideration the following factors: the nature and importance of the bill, the timelines imposed by Parliament, the public participation processes, and consideration of negotiating and final mandates. In this instance, the court found that the bill which was considered by the National Council of Provinces and the provincial legislatures was a very important bill. It attracted public interest, and therefore it required more time for the purposes of facilitating public involvement. The court, as I have indicated, went into detail to look at the areas where public involvement was facilitated in the provinces, the number of people who attended the public hearings, what those people said, whether those people were given an opportunity to say whatever they wanted to say in the public hearings, and whether their comments were considered by the National Council of Provinces as well as by the provincial legislatures. And insofar as the 6-week cycle is concerned, because in most instances, or in all instances relating to laws affecting provinces or bills affecting provinces, the standard is that we must comply with the 6-week cycle as required by the rules. The court did not express any opinion on the constitutionality or otherwise on the 6-week cycle. But the question that arose that the court put was why the 6-week cycle as a minimum standard was not adhered to in this instance. According to the court, in determining whether the timelines imposed by the National Council of Provinces, the National Council of Provinces must apply its mind, taking into account whether there's real and not merely assumed urgency, the time truly required to complete the process, and the magnitude of the right at issue. So in other words, in considering whether the time limits imposed by the National Council of Provinces, one must look at whether it is urgent to pass that bill, whether the rights at stake are of a particular magnitude so as to warrant even more time to consider the legislation. The court, as I've indicated, accepted that it is open for the National Council of Provinces to have the provincial legislatures to conduct public hearings instead. The court, however, emphasized that the provincial legislatures are in no way subordinated to the authority of the National Council of Provinces, insofar as the timelines are concerned. The court said, and I quote, "They do not exist to be at the beck and call of the National Council of Provinces." The provincial legislatures do not exist to be at the beck and call of the National Council of Provinces. Further, that if a timeline received from the National Council of Provinces makes it impossible for them to facilitate public involvement, nothing precludes them from telling the National Council of Provinces as much. According to the court, this would cause the National Council of Provinces to apply its collective mind properly to the question of timeline, and if need be, extend it beyond that envisaged in Rule 240 sub-Rule 3. In other words, beyond the 6-week cycle. So in other words, when the provincial legislatures receive a program from the National Council of Provinces, they must consider as to whether the timelines imposed by the National Council of Provinces would be sufficient for the purposes of considering a bill. So if a provincial legislature is of the view that 6-week cycle would not be sufficient, in terms of the rules, that provincial legislature may apply to the National Council of Provinces or may request the extension of the 6-week cycle from the National Council of Provinces. And that is what the provincial legislature of KwaZulu-Natal did. The court found that because some permanent delegates did not attend the public hearings in the provinces, it followed that the vast majority of members at the meeting of considering negotiating mandates had no knowledge of what had transpired at the hearings conducted by the provincial legislatures. So in other words, if the public hearings are conducted at the provincial legislatures or in the provinces, the select committee members may attend the meetings of the provincial legislatures, may attend the public hearings, so that they should know what is taking place or what the submissions are insofar as the public hearings are concerned. So in conclusion, the court found that the act was unconstitutional on the grounds that the National Council of Provinces and the provincial legislatures had not conducted sufficient public hearings. So it appears to us that for a court to determine as to whether there was sufficient facilitation of public involvement, it appears that it is all the provincial legislatures and not some provincial legislatures that must facilitate public involvement. It appears to me, Chair, that it will no longer be sufficient to say that only 6 provincial legislatures have conducted public hearings, and therefore we must proceed with the bill. So the judgment itself imposes the obligation on all the provincial legislatures to ensure that they facilitate public involvement in the processes of lawmaking. And to that effect, we have proposed what we refer to as a practice note. We are quite mindful of the fact that this will impose huge challenges. It will require resources to ensure that public participation is facilitated. What we are proposing insofar as the practice note is concerned is that all the bills received by the National Council of Provinces must be widely advertised either on print or electronic or social media or in all of those platforms. The bill summaries must be compiled in at least 3 languages spoken in a particular province, because the court said it appears that even the language which was used at the public hearings was not the language that was used by the communities which were visited. The National Council of Provinces must determine whether a bill requires public hearings. So the court also has noted that it's not all the bills that would require public hearings. So when a committee receives a bill, a committee must determine whether the bill will require public hearings or not. And the committee must take that decision accordingly. If the committee is of the view that the bill requires public hearings, then there must be adverts, as we have indicated, that public hearings will take place in the provinces. Remember, honorable members, that the court has accepted that the National Council of Provinces, instead of itself conducting public hearings, it may request the provincial legislatures to do so, but the members of the National Council of Provinces must form part of those public hearings. Permanent delegates who are members of the select committee to which the bill was referred must attend the public hearings. All negotiating mandates must be accompanied by reports detailing comments from the public hearings. So in other words, it will not be sufficient for a provincial legislature to merely say, insofar as the negotiating mandate is concerned, we agree or we don't agree and so on. There should be a report coming from the provincial legislature to say, we have conducted public hearings. From the public hearings, this is what happened, these are the comments which were made, and the committee must make sure that it considers the report from each provincial legislature to ensure that indeed it has heard all the views emanating from the provincial legislatures. As I have indicated, each proposed amendment by a provincial legislature must be considered in detail and decided on. So in other words, a committee must say, province, can you present? Then once the province has presented, the committee must then deal with the presentation from that particular provincial legislature and so on, and determine as to whether it accepts the proposed amendments or it doesn't. A select committee must ensure that all provincial legislatures submit negotiating mandates and final mandates, and all final mandates must be considered in detail and decided on, the same as the negotiating mandates. The chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as I have indicated, where the provincial legislature is of the view that 6-week cycle is not sufficient, must consider and grant all the requests for the extension of the 6-week cycle. And insofar as the provincial legislatures are concerned, our proposal is that the chairperson must immediately refer a bill to a provincial legislature in terms of Rule 159 of the rules. And the provincial legislature must immediately upon receipt widely advertise the bill for public comments and hearings. The advert must indicate in sufficient detail the date, the time, and venue of the hearings. A provincial legislature must advertise and conduct public hearings in areas most likely to be affected by the bill. I think that point was made earlier on, that when the provincial legislatures receive a bill, they must determine which areas would be more affected by that particular bill, and therefore target those areas that would be mostly affected by the provisions of the bill. The advert must indicate where the bill may be obtained, and in sufficient detail provide any other information relevant to the hearings. We have received, for instance, from the committees that even if the whole bill is not translated, but at least if the memorandum accompanying the bill is translated into the languages that are understood and spoken in a particular area, that might be sufficient. A further proposal that we're putting forward is that the advert must give the public at least 7 working days notice of the public hearings. And I think that issue was raised earlier on also, that it should not be that a public hearing date is determined today and public hearing takes place tomorrow. The public must be given sufficient time within which to attend a public hearing. The program of the select committee must determine after consultation with the relevant committee of a provincial legislature. I think that goes to the coordination and cooperation that has been the theme that ran through the proceedings of today. The program must take into consideration the importance and the complexity of the bill, and as I have indicated, it depends on whether the bill is complex, whether the bill would attract public interest, and therefore determine the extent of public hearings. Where provincial legislature, for any other reason, as I have indicated, is unable to comply with a 6-week cycle, it must request extension from the chairperson, and the chairperson must consider that request. And to the practice note, we have also looked at the role that administration should play insofar as assisting that the public participation is what the Constitution requires it to be. Chairperson, I wish to stop there. I do not want to go into the administrative matters insofar as the practice note is concerned. We shall share the practice note with our colleagues in the provincial legislatures, and we shall have a discussion on the practice note itself. Thank you.
The simplest thing also means that the legal capacity of provinces must be looked into. Because if they are to advise right from the onset, it can't be the ones who passed LLB and have not practiced and have no experience, because believe you me, utlasala litson. Can't be just last week I was a student and I have qualified and then you make me a legal advisor. Nizaulimal. So we do need to say, yes, we must create space for our school leavers and university leavers, but there are instances where you actually need to get experienced, capacitated advice inside the legislature. Are there any questions on the Lamusa? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Advocate, for the presentation. Mine is not a question or a comment, but more of a concern that it's a pity that some permanent delegates who have constantly came with reports from provinces without mandate are not here. I'm referring to Honorable Stock and Honorable Ntebe. I wish they were here to attentively ba itseele ka bobone gore melawana ya reng, mara ke shwabile nko thata gore ga bayo gompieno go tla go ikutlwela ke a leboga.
Thank you. I think those are matters you'll also tackle at committee level and at the provincial caucuses. Right, Meleng?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, Advocate. I just need some clarity going forward. I mean, from the court perspective, would 6 weeks be objectively reasonable? Notwithstanding the fact that in your note, you have made a point that if provinces feel that 6 weeks is not enough, they can request some extension from the chairperson of the NCOP. But I'm saying from the court point of view, if it might happen that a bill has been subjected to public participation for a period of 6 weeks, will that be acceptable if other interested parties would want to challenge, that issue of the time frame? Because I see in terms of this notes that you have drafted here, the issue of timeline is one of the crucial issues that made the court to come to that particular conclusion. Thank you very much.
No, Chair, thanks. Mine is with reference to the 6-week cycle. Okay. It looks like my understanding is that the chair, in terms of your presentation, Advocate, has no choice for granting an extension. It should be that it must. that consideration, we have put it lightly, but it leaves her with no choice, him or her. We don't know if she will be the chair in the next whatever, but in terms of legislation, what we are saying is that she has no other option or choice but to grant that extension. However, my understanding also of the mandate that comes from provinces, whether they say yes or no, and to be accompanied by a report. I don't want us to jubilate and say, from public hearings, then you will list each and every matter that is reported in a public hearing. And when something is omitted in terms of the report, and you then begin to say, this report is subjective and not objective. Because there is something that will create a problem in terms of the report itself. Maybe if that can be clarified.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I want to refer back to the earlier session where we discussed the joint sittings of legislation, and I waited at that stage. I didn't comment because I know this is coming up and there's a link between these two things. I totally understand the joint briefings in the NA and the NCOP and for time reasons and so on. As long as we understand that the process in the NA, after the joint briefing session, that's the briefing from the department, why they want the bill, why they want the amendments, what they want to achieve, and what the bill is supposed to do, then the NA has to go to a process of public participation, which is public hearings and so on. And then I do understand that the NCOP as well as the provinces can go through an informal process. But then after the public hearings, or the public participation, which is not only public hearings, the input into the NA has to become part of, if the portfolio committee decides to do amendments. And that bill with the amendments is the bill that has to come to the NCOP in a formal way. Now, where my suggestion is coming in is on that part with the 6 weeks. I think we should start looking at the process at the NCOP on the select committees, not to only just accept what the NA is giving through to us, but find a way of a week or two, or these various ideas of how many weeks, where the select committee deals with the bill as it is. Then we had the briefing maybe a month or two ago, because the briefing is going to be, the joint briefing is going to be given when the NA's process is starting. Then they have their public hearings and they have to write up and what they take in and so on. And that then it comes to us. Then the select committee needs some time to deliberate on the nature of the bill for the provinces. Is this going to take more time? Is it a straightforward bill? What is the nature of the bill? And we should have our own sort of public participation. I'm not saying public hearings. We should be able to say, but there are stakeholders, because it happened now in the past week in our committee. 2 bills went through NA and stakeholders wrote to us and they were not part of, or they were not consulted in the NA process. So that this committee also have some time to look at those stakeholders, include that in the report before it's been sent to the provinces. And then, Chairperson, my suggestion would be that we are in the process of amending the rules, reviewing the rules in the NCOP, and that 6 weeks period is part of our rules, of the structures that we as the House have the right to establish to do our business, and that we may look at those 6 weeks and say, because I know they can ask for permission, but we know if the communication is going like this, by the time the letter comes here, the first week is already gone. Something like that we can say an 8-week period as a minimum, and then if it's necessary, add another or ask for more, for a longer extension. But to summarize this is that the select committee also have a sort of a, if you may call it, a pre-provincial phase in the select committee. Because at the moment, what is happening in committees, you receive the bill, you receive the briefing, and it goes out and we ask the questions, and then the bill leaves the select committee and it goes directly to the provinces. If you don't take that bill on your own as an individual member, which we also do, and we all know the pace in the NCOP, if you don't work that bill through, clause by clause, you only get the information from the point of the department. Nothing less and nothing more. And I'm worried about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm encouraged today with this interaction. And the way, you know, I must commend you for being resolute and trying to assist the situation. And for me, this session is saying we need to meet more often. Not once in a year, maybe once in a quarter or so, to be able to iron up these issues. I'll tell you why. In terms of our core mandate, all of us here, legislatures, NCOP, and Parliament, is lawmaking and public participation and oversight. And sometimes we don't have to be told by the courts whether we are wrong or not. This is our game, we should be best at it. Nobody must, know this more than us. So it means in terms of the administrative processes and the political processes, it must be our daily game. So we don't need any court to tell us what we need to do or not to do, because it's our. But Chair, also, the laws that we pass at all spheres, we don't have to compete with each other in terms of provinces. We can have one, contribute all provinces, and it applies to all the provinces. So we don't necessarily have to compete. We can have one good quality one, but also equally, if the law is passed, because by that time, when it reached the stage where it is passed, it means we all agree, both as members, political parties, and everybody. So it means if it stands up to be challenged, all of us must be able to defend it, because it's our product. We are in the legislative sector, so we must be able to do that. I saw Road Accident Fund was taken to court by lawyers. We never joined, to defend that act, because it's ours. So we need to be alive to these things and not let others defend what is core to us. Lawmaking is very, very core to us. And the last one, Chair, as I said, we'll discuss. I've heard Salga, what they are saying. There are some regulations and acts that needs to be looked into. I know as provinces also, we have got laws that we want to be looked into. I know national, that's why we have the high panel, because we can see something is just not right there. So that's why I'm just suggesting that it can be a once-off event, one day before the sauna maybe. We need to have a program that we meet either quarterly or twice a year or what, to discuss our core function. And let's be alive to issues and not let anybody come and play into our game. There's nothing wrong in engaging the judiciary without going to court, just on our own and trying to understand what is the best way to do things and what. Thanks.
Yeah. No, Chair, mine is just a short one. I think I'm covered by the speaker there in the first portion around that commitment because of the advantage we must take of the presentations by advocate around corporations and working together. I think that must start to happen now so that we move forward from that point. So that when we start to engage this whole matter, we actually implement all these correctional measures as stated, and then it must be a commitment from us as from today. Now, the second part is around administration. You see, sometimes you have said a very important fact about our legal people, and it is where we have to look very careful now and seriously around what would be the checks and balances through the processes, so that we don't wait for the process to come to the end and then we start to correct. Throughout the process, our administration have got to be on their toes, from your office, our offices, and so on, so that we are able to detect blockages at an early hour. And then I think we'll get it right from here. As many are saying, this is a very good lesson, and it just opens our eyes, and it means also the focus. Now it talks to us as public representatives to say, we are taking these things very simple. Now it tells us to say, you must focus because your things will never go through. Thank you.
Ke a go leboga modulasetilo. Ke na le dintlhanyana tse pedi tse ke batlang go di tlhagisa mo presentationeng e dirilweng ke Repindela. Ga ke itse modulasetilo, ke nagana gore as permanent delegates, as much as we are re tshwanetse gore re tlhagise di mandates tse di tswang ko di provinceng, represented the mandates, being it at the committee level and at the house itself. I think the administration need to assist us or guide us, because you might find that culture e re rutile gore a mandate of a province, yes, in terms of the legislation, it must be presented by the leader of delegates. But I think that leader of delegates must have something from the province, and the delegates that are from those provinces must be informed about the very same mandate. So you will find out that I will cite an example with my provincial whip, Honorable Buingotlo, will just say a mandate, Northwest agrees, whereas as delegates from Northwest, we have never said, we have never discussed that mandate, we don't know even that mandate is there. But because it's part of his responsibility as a leader of delegates, therefore he must stand. And as part of delegates, there's no rule that allow us to say, but that is not what we know from the province. I think that matter, Chair, I sometimes raise it just to check whether are we on the same par in the house with that regard. So I would request that the administration assist the delegates in that. And then as to the reports that must accompany the mandate also to the committees, let us not do cut and paste. Now we have entered into a fifth parliament that has is not the same as other parliaments that has been there. You can see when the report has been cut and pasted, you can dictate, but this information is addressing something that was there, not now, the matter that is on the table. So also, it goes back to the administration part, like, Advocate Pindela said, that they will have to discuss further with their fellow counterparts. Please make sure that we avoid the cut and paste issue on reports that are presented to Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I become worried when a report is given and the language used is we are looking into the matter when the matter is really boiling in front of you now, or it's in the pipeline, because then that stays in that pipeline or we look at it forever. I would therefore request that on the question of the amendment, the 6 weeks cycle must be a time frame by such and such a time. Such an amendment would have been consulted, or something would have been happening. It's going to be open-ended because we will come back and hear the same, that we're still looking at it. And the second one is the fact that learning now from this experience, Kalamusa, there are letters that have been written by LRC on the petroleum, on the minerals and petroleum resources development amendment bill or something, which they are challenging, or they are alleging that the NCOP and the NA, after the sending back by the president of that amendment, it did not comply with their own joint rules. They have written to us, at least to me as a speaker in the province. Now, my concern is that I am not sure if you are aware of that, and if you are aware of it, is back up in this issue of legislation that has not gone through the full cycle, or that has not been processed properly. My last proposal is that we have the sector oversight model, whose part also includes the public participation model. Some fundis must analyze for us if such tools that we are using in our day-to-day work are talking to the kinds of judgments that we are receiving. Because it would be one thing to have a public participation model which, when punched by the courts, is found to be wanting. If that kind of analysis is taking place, if yes, see mana any feedback, but if no, what would be the process of that? Thank you, Chair.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa ditaba tsa kajeno ka mokgwa o re tsamaisitseng ka teng, o re tataisitseng ho fihlela hakana. My take would be the local government, the involvement of the local government. I would request that in the near future we should invite, especially the mayors, to be part and parcel of us, most of them, because where I come from, I know there is trouble. If they are here with us, they would know that they are responsible to NCOP. Number two is the question of SALGA. I think SALGA should play a very important role in as far as the guidance of local government is concerned, especially with regard to, I thought they were going to tell us that so many councillors have been taken to school by our association. So many has been helped to pass matric and so forth and so forth. Because really, SALGA should play an intervention role in as far as municipalities are concerned. I thank you.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. One, ke gore re amogele the presentation. Really, it's an eye-opener to all of us. Like the Speaker of Limpopo have said, the reality is that as the legislative sector, the public ba solofetse go le gontsi mo go rona on the area ya molao. So whatever we do, we must try our level best, Advocate Pindela, to be not 100%, but go tsamaya gaufinyana le molao. But at the same time, Honorable Chair, one of our key mandates in terms of the Constitution is public participation. It's making laws. But if we check the trend, maybe, I don't know what's happening, because somewhere, somehow, the judiciary and the legislative sector, the Constitution, the rules of Parliament and the legislature, something somewhere is not just right. We must find a way, like we have said in the morning during the Speakers Forum, to try and find each other so that all of us, we respect our different roles as the legislative sector. Maybe I'll be able to elaborate further in the next Speakers Forum, not in the, that will be the most forum. Why I'm saying this, because this is not the only law or act we'll find something like this. Number two, Chair, I think I'm tempted to respond on the issue as raised by Honorable Mukweli, because as the Speaker of Bokone Bophirima Legislature, I must take responsibility on the issues of mandate. She has raised that point more than once. I want to put it on record, Honorable Chair, that the mandate that comes from the Bokone Bophirima Legislature to NCOP doesn't come from Honorable Ntebe. It's a House resolution, whereby all political parties, including the party that Honorable Mukweli is representing, participate. There's a record to that effect. The chairperson of the particular committee will present a report before the House. The Speaker will put the matter before the House. The House will concur and mandate the Speaker to write to the chairperson of the NCOP. That is the process. So it's a House resolution. It's not a one-person show. So there's no committee, NCOP or legislature that will sit in a corner, decide on a mandate. But the legislature will decide on a mandate and formally write to the Honorable Speaker. My apologies to the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Province. And since 2014, I'm 100% sure that has been the process. So it's not a one-person show, it's a House resolution in terms of the rules of the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think it would be important for us all as members, including opposition, to understand our own systems. And that wherever we are not representing our jackets, but we are representing the people and the country. And also understand how decisions are made. That decisions of the majority binds. I think that is how it is done everywhere. And that will make us avoid being labeled anarchist. Imagine if our parliament can be represented by a majority of anarchists, the whole country will be in trouble. So, Honorable Chair, why am I saying this? Is that maybe these are some of the challenges that make us to pass bills and sometimes lose focus and not necessarily deal with the detail. Because we are now focusing more on the anarchists than the real work. So, Chair, there is a document that you have provided here that details how we are supposed to do things. And I think that can indeed assist us. On the proposed practice note, and our understanding is that members at this level, including everyone who is a member of NCOP and Parliament, is not supposed to be asking a lot of questions, but focusing more on action to resolve the matters that confront us as a country. So our proposal will be, this document is clear. There is what is called the committee administration. And what they're supposed to do is well clarified. There is also the role that is supposed to be played by the provincial legislatures and parliamentary democracy offices. The Speaker of Northwest, I think, said, public participation is one of our major areas where we must indeed deliver. Some of the processes that we're seeing sometimes are there because of lack of information and involvement of the public out there. If we can refocus away from the troublemakers in Parliament and focus more on what our people want, we'll be able to address some of these issues. So I want to conclude, Chair, by saying that in your input, you referred to a project that was undertaken by EU that facilitate how we should communicate and share information well in advance. Why that is not being utilized is still a miracle. When we are here because of the issue of coordination and cooperation, where some of the information we can share immediately when a bill is proposed, we start getting others talking about the bill, going down into community radio stations talking about the bill, and so on and so on. Even according to how we understand that system, provinces can also communicate using the very same system unless we are not well briefed. But that system is not operating. When there is a bill, the focus group that is dealing with that can, in fact, begin to use that system to check in terms of how far we are in dealing with a lot of other issues, including public participation, debating on themselves around that issue. So I wanted to conclude by making proposals that maybe there's a need for us to check as to why that system is not operating well when it costs a lot of millions, where it can even allow provinces to talk among themselves if I'm properly briefed about that system. It can assist us to deal with some of these challenges. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
It's true that system cost millions. I think the people who took after us, the system has not been in use for years. Those rooms are still there in every legislature, should still be here in this parliament. I noticed that the legislative sector actually introduced it, but that the executive is busy. They run their offices, whether they are here or not, they will communicate with their offices and their satellite offices through the system. Tina, the legislative sector, we allowed ours to go. I suspect the IT systems are defunct. When we came here in 2014 with the speaker, we tried to follow up, and just to upgrade the system to today's times, we're told would be very expensive, but we have not snowballed it ourselves. We're trying to see whether in the future we can have money to resuscitate those, because they would facilitate interaction and it would help. I also think that Ndade Pindela has some responses to give, but that yes, we should look at how mandates arrive, and we should, Rona, as the NCOP, always be careful that the mandates that we have, especially on bills, are the mandates which come out of and under the signature of the speaker. That we must do. Yeah. I want to give Pindela, under that note of anarchy, the chance to respond. And then we will be asking you, Sir Jihad, to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, in terms of the mandating procedures of Provincial Legislatures Act, the final mandates must be signed by the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature. The negotiating mandates must be signed by the Chairperson of the committee concerned. Whether 6-week cycle would still be acceptable, indeed, 6-week cycle is still valid. As the Chairperson has indicated, the 6-week cycle, as the Chairperson has indicated, the 6-week cycle, yes, is still acceptable. Honorable members, remember that it's not all the bills that would require more time. There are some bills which may not necessarily require to go for 6 weeks, but there are bills that may require to go beyond 6 weeks and beyond. And it should also be taken into consideration that the 6-week cycle itself is contained in the rules, and therefore it's an internal arrangement. We accept that the reports that we should provide as administration should be qualitative. The legal advice that we provide must be qualitative. I think the document that we have submitted says that much. Honorable members must also remember that, as I have indicated, insofar as how public participation or the facilitation of public involvement should be done, the courts defer to the legislature. So it is up to the legislature to determine how to facilitate public involvement. Can call for submissions, for instance. You can identify the group that you want to listen to, and so on and so on. So it's up to the provincial legislature, it's up to the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly to determine how to facilitate public involvement. All that requires to be done is that the method that you follow should be reasonable. So the court will test as to whether what you did as a legislature, as the National Council of Provinces, as the National Assembly, was reasonable in the circumstances. If it was unreasonable, then it fails the constitutional muster. If it was reasonable, of course, it will pass the constitutional muster. They say that what is reasonable is what appears to be reasonable before the eyes of a reasonable person. The The role of administration, yes, we have accepted that. We will make sure that indeed we assist insofar as the reports are concerned, insofar as the advices are concerned. And thank you, Chair. I think that responds to all the questions.
I think there was a matter raised by Mela Baskachny on just which bill is transmitted and which bill must the NCOP consider. It is the bill which has passed through the NCOP. You have had the original bill, which you have looked at informally. They process the bill. Sometimes it is with amendments, sometimes it is without amendments. If there is amendment, you are not forced to agree with the amendments that they have passed. But finally, it must be a product that as a House and as the legislature, we can say we have really done the best we can for our people out there. That's all we want to say. At all times, it must not be that the minister is in a hurry, ufuni bill. No, no. We must refuse to produce bad legislation because we are put under pressure. In fact, one of the powers that you do have, committees, I don't know, Khonea, no, Rona, in our times, when the bill came, the first time, we asked a question, is this bill desirable? If at that point of entry, the committee said the bill is not desirable, that is the end of that bill. Full stop, gone. So once the committee had said that this bill is desirable, then we get into it, and it is up to the committee. And that's why we are saying the 6-week cycle, if we need to go back to the rules, yes, but it is a minimum. If it means that when on behalf of the people, you do go it line by line. Line by line, don't take shortcuts, because once we take the shortcuts and we transmit, we have sold the people out as Parliament. So I'm just saying, the quality of the legislation that we pass, we must be clear, we want to subject our mothers and our children to it. Under a piece of law that is like that, then I should not expect somebody else's mother to go through that, you know? And that is, for me, the same thing as I would put the quality of service delivery. Be satisfied that my relative would be happy, and therefore I know that the mother I don't know will also be happy. I think we should then invite Ntate Mohapi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Special greetings to the leadership of the National Council of Provinces. Also greetings to the leadership from various provinces. Chair, also greetings to the colleagues in NCOP. Chair, I've been assigned the responsibility to do a presentation around the approach towards Section 139 interventions and the role that the provinces needs to execute. Chair, I must indicate up front that one of the challenges that one is faced with is when you are expected to do presentation during this era, especially after being taught around the teachings of andragogy. That in most instances, when you educate or you workshop adults, the concentration span at this time, it's really a worrying factor. However, Chair, I will make attempts to really draw their attention to the business of the day, especially, Chair, around the following one: the introduction and background, two, the objectives that are always guiding us when we embark or invoke Section 139 interventions, three, the nature of intervention challenges that day to day we are faced with as the committee, that is the Select Committee of COCTA. The current practices that we are encountered with and also the role of the provinces on interventions. Then lastly, it will be a conclusion, Chairperson. Chair, prominent to us before this workshop, it's interventions that were undertaken in terms of Section 139, subsection 1B of the Constitution, which stipulates clearly that when the municipality cannot fulfill its executive obligations, the relevant provincial executive should intervene. There are 3 instances, Chair, where provinces can intervene in municipalities. It is in line with Section 139, subsection 1, which provides the general interventions in instances where a municipality fails to fulfill its executive obligations. I must emphasize, with regard to executive obligations, we also look at areas that relates to the provision of Section 152 of the Constitution, which specifically speaks to the constitutional obligation. Part of it, it's around involvement of communities in the affairs of the municipality, socio and economic promotion activities in the municipality. Service delivery is one of the critical issues we should look at, especially where the constitutional obligation is very clear that they should be delivered in a very sustainable manner. 2, Chair, Section 139, subsection 4, which provides for instances where a municipality fails to approve the budget or any revenue-raising mechanism as required by legislation, because when the municipality develop a budget in terms of MFMA, they will always put projections which is informed by the programs and activities that needs to take place at the level of the municipality. Their failure to generate collection in terms of revenue has a serious bearing in terms of their performance as the municipality. 3, would also look at the Section 139, subsection 5, which provides for intervention in instances where a municipality, due to its financial affairs, is unable to deliver the services or meet its obligations as outlined or stipulated in terms of the provision of the Constitution. Chair, the aims and objectives of guiding interventions are the following. 1, intervening in municipalities, we take it as an integral part of the institutional framework, especially when advancing developmental local government. We deem it necessary, Chairperson, as a corrective measure and not necessarily a punitive measure. Hence, in most instances, when we make a resolution that we recommend to the NCOP, we always take into cognizance that our role is to ensure that we correct the wrongs and not necessarily be punitive. We take it also, Chair, as an aspect of intergovernmental relations and should be exercised in terms of Chapter 3. Remember, Chair, all of us, we subscribe to the unitary state that is national, province, and local. In most instances, we don't expect a turf where there is contestation of the terrain, but we expect complementary approach from one sphere to the other. We also do that, Chairperson, looking in line of Section 41 of the Constitution, which makes it clear the principles that advises us as and when we relate to each other. One of its emphasis is around mutual trust and mutual faith. So in most instances, as and when we recommend as the committee to the NCOP, we always take that into consideration, Chairperson. 4, it must also be part of a broader supervision strategy comprising monitoring, support, and intervention. If you check Section 154 of the Constitution, I think Honorable Ngangelize will bear testimony to that. In most instances, we expect the provincial executive to ensure that from time to time that they strengthen and monitor performance so that issues that relates to intervention, in particular around Section 139, are not coming as a surprise. At least there's been an exercise in a form of prior or preliminary interventions. Chair, there should also be a balance between institutional integrity of local government on one hand and the efficacy of interventions aimed at restoring service delivery on the other hand. The emphasis around this, Chairperson, is around the provision of Section 151, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which makes it clear to us as the national sphere or national parliament that as and when we want to really intervene, we must also respect the autonomy which is also within the prescript of both the provincial and national legislations. So in most instances, we do that without necessarily encroaching on the autonomy of the sphere. Chair, there are nature of interventions that we are faced with from time to time. One, under government's Chairperson, we have observed the following. There's a serious challenge around the political infightings, which warrants attention of NCOP to intervene in that case per the recommendation of the PC. Also, conflict between the top management and councillors is one of the key areas that also warrants us to really come and pay attention to the state of affairs in the municipality. HR management issues is also issues that we also take into consideration. On the financial aspect, Chairperson, there will always be allegations of fraud and misuse of municipal funds and property. This particular provision, Chair, we deal with it, also taking into consideration the provision of the Municipal Assistance Act, in particular Section 106, which needs the MEC relevant to do investigations in case there's any allegations of fraud or misuse of municipal funds. But in our case, as and when we pick them up, we'll always put them in under one basket as a form of terms of reference. Lack of proper financial systems that are always a challenge in various municipalities, which always create a problem. For example, the poor data cleaning of the municipality or the billing system that are not properly structured is one of the challenges that has a bearing in the revenue collections of the municipality. Also key and central, Chairperson, is the Auditor General's report, which will also take into consideration. Chair, the other aspect or nature of intervention challenge that we also take into consideration most of the time centers around service delivery. This relates to both the Section 152, as I said, and Section 153 of the Constitution, which stipulates clearly what are the service delivery obligations from the side of the municipality. Chair, the current practices that we are encountering as the committee, it centers around procedures that are followed during interventions by provinces. They differ extensively. Some are omitting or overlooking the provisions of Section 139, subsection 1A, where we are expecting, not as a precondition, that before you can even resort to Section 139 intervention, at least you must ensure that you try and explore other avenues. So in most instances, we'll always look at that particular aspect, but many a times, most of the municipalities are overlooking that particular provision of Section 139, subsection 1A, which gives the PEC a directive to issue to the municipality. Other cases where we would always found that legally, the presentation or the notice is not so much legally sound and also open to a constitutional challenge. You'd recall in the other municipalities where there's been invocation of Section 139, other municipalities did attempt or did go to the Constitutional Court to contest the decision of the NCOP. Chair, the Constitution limits interventions to the non-fulfillment of executive obligations in terms of the legislation or Constitution. So in most instances, we have to confine ourselves within the constitutional prescript so that tomorrow when there's a contestation of any decision taken, at least we are able to relate to the decisions that prompted us to arrive at that particular resolution. Chair, there are processes that we follow. After the chair of the NCOP refers to us as the committee, the notice in line with the rules of NCOP, in particular Rule 101. What we do as the committee, we immediately investigate whether or not there's been adherence to intervention. We look at the three important aspects. One, we look at the substantive evidence before us. We look also at the procedural aspect, and we also look at the constitutionality, Chair. We also afford provincial department, the municipality, and the relevant stakeholders to input. In most instances, it has been a call for concern from the chairperson of the NCOP that apply OD altram pater. You check in terms of the guidelines, that's exactly what we usually do. Chair, we also ensure that we make a determination or a report on our recommendations to the House, but also key is to review or consider termination reports. These are the practices that we always encounter. Chair, the involvement of the district is one of the worrying factors because many a times there's always a challenge in terms of participation of the district. And if you check in terms of water-related issues, the district municipality, most of them are Water Services Authority, which means they have to relate well with the local municipality. Just to cite a practical example, in Tswayin local municipality in Northwest, we had to go and investigate the possibility that would warrant us either to approve or disapprove invocation of Section 139, subsection 1B. What we discovered there was that the Tswayin local municipality was not a designated water services authority. Instead, Ngaka Mudiri Molema was the water services authority designated in terms of the divisions of powers and functions as outlined in terms of the Municipal Demarcation Act. What we picked up, Chair, is that we realized that the Tswayin local municipality, which is not a water service authority, was owed close to 20 million of water by the district municipality. As in this case, we are saying these are some of the deficiencies that we have realized as and when we embark on interventions, Chairperson. There's also a need for a greater participation of Section 139 interventions by the South African Local Government Association. Ndadenga Ngelizo, I must put it on record that in other instances, and especially in other provinces, there's always a minimum participation when it comes to SALGA as a mother body of local government, and I think it's an area that needs also to be taken into consideration, their participation as organized local government. Chair, the absence of specific provisions, especially in terms of Section 39 with regard to the provincial legislature, many a times when you look at the oversight that it needs to be performed by the portfolio committees at the level of the province, there's been a gray area in that particular area, and we'll have to really outline what is it that the Act says or the provisions of the Constitution says in terms of the role that needs to be played by the provinces. Chair, to effectively pursue the committee's oversight mandate with more vigor, integrity, and proactiveness in supporting and monitoring local government, for the committee to make a significant impact, more oversight time should be granted to the committee in order to proactively prioritize, pursue, and track issues on the ground where delivery is happening. Our aim in this point, we are simply saying, as the committee, our duty is not necessarily to spend time in Parliament when the work of the committee is mainly performed out there. To ensure that we exercise proactive oversight, we need to be out there on the ground, but I think it's a matter that is getting attention in the NCOP. Verification cannot be done in committee meetings, but where delivery is taking place. Follow-up visit, Chair, as correctly said, from time to time, to municipalities and administration, it's also important because many a times the chair would always ask, where's the report in terms of progress made? So in that case, you need to give progress report vis-a-vis an on-site or in loco inspection in terms of the report. Non-availability of Section 139 subsection 8 regulation is one of the gray area that is also causing us a problem. Chair, in terms of the role that we are anticipating that the provincial legislature should play, the provincial legislature, Chairperson, as outlined in terms of the Constitution, in particular Section 114, subsection 2, it is saying the provincial legislature is expected to develop mechanisms on how provincial executive organs of state will account, including how the provincial legislature will do oversight on provincial executive authority. That is one gray area where you'd find that participation by the portfolio committee is very limited because there's no clear mechanism on how do they relate with the MEC in that particular case. 2, Section 115 stipulates that the power of provincial legislature or any of its committee, it is also about summoning any person to appear before it. In this case, you are saying where we have come up as NCOP in terms of invocation of Section 139 subsection 1B, depending whether it's dissolution or administration being sent to the provincial, to the municipality, we always expect that the provincial portfolio committee must summon or can summon or may summon the MEC to come and appear before it so that the report that is presented also to the legislature correlates with whatever that they'll be getting as and when they do their own oversight. Section 133, subsection 2, clearly outlines, Chair, that members of the Executive Council of the province, collectively and individually, are accountable to the legislature. So in this case, it's one tool that requires the provincial legislature to ensure that they play a role in terms of holding the executive accountable. In our case, I know the chairperson of the NCOP would always emphasize that it's your obligation to ensure that you hold the executive accountable. Hence, we always apply the provision of Section 66, subsection 2 of the Constitution. Chair, immediately when we receive a notice of intention or of intervention at the level of the municipality, the provincial legislature equally receives that particular notice in terms of section 139, subsection 2, 2A Roman alphabet 2. So in that case, immediately you get a notice, it shows that you have a role to play as a provincial legislature. In the case of dissolution of the provincial legislature also, there's also a notice as outlined in terms of section 139, subsection 3A Roman alphabet 2. So these are pieces of legislation that are there to enhance the ability of the province to do oversight, especially during that time when we are not in the space as the NCOP. The inability to do continuous investigations and review as outlined in terms of both Rule 255 sub-rule 6 and sub-rule 7 due to tight parliamentary programs is one of the challenge, Chairperson. We have also limited participation by stakeholders due to pressing timelines for oversight, identification of participating stakeholders, which is also a role that needs to be played by the province. Non-visibility of both SALGA and other MECs. I must place it on record. At times you'd find MECs running away, sending technocrats. What do we usually do? We send back the technocrats and say we want the principal who will have to come and account. It's unfortunate, it's within our scope of responsibility. The impact quickly, Chairperson, of interventions. There's been failure and inconsistencies by provinces to apply Section 154, hence you are always emphasizing that you have an ongoing exercise of responsibility to oversee and overlook the strength and monitor the performance of the municipality without really waiting for us to come up with intervention. That should also be seen in line that we avoid being seen as if we are invading the municipal autonomy, as outlined in terms of Section 151, subsection 2. Chair, where there's been clear terms of reference, as NCOP we're able to track performance, intervention is not treated as a permanent feature. And we want to emphasize it because many times the provinces feel that they can now run the municipalities, forgetting that that's a sphere in its own. And chapter 3, section 40 of the Constitution makes it clear that we are 3 spheres that are very distinctive, which means we are different. Continuous reporting, Chair, is assisting us to track progress for purpose of review. Where dissolution has been invoked, we have seen stability at the municipality, the likes of Makana local municipality, the likes of Mpofana, and the likes of Ngaka Modiri Molema. Interventions, Chairpersons, has yielded the spirit of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations because it became, in most instances, a wake-up call where municipalities thought they would do as they wish, as and when we knock, both as a province and national, they start to realize that our mandate is nothing else but to serve the poor people out there. Chair, clarity, more clarity on roles and responsibility of stakeholders is also one of the paramount importance as and when we embark on this. In conclusion, Chairperson, powers of intervention should be seen as a measure of last resort, where the problem cannot be resolved through ordinary intergovernmental processes. We are saying is then that we can invoke Section 139. Oversight interventions, Chair, in the different spheres of government will require improved coordination. According to the NCOP strategic plan, this intervention should be strategically initiated and coordinated. This is an appeal that we are making to the PECs, that in most instances, let it be strategically initiated and well coordinated. The committee will continuously conduct meaningful consultation when it comes to interventions with a view of promoting the principles of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations. There is a need, Chair, in conclusion, for legislations envisaged in terms of Section 139, subsection 8, where we are expected to really put pressure to the minister to regulate the processes of intervention so that there's a uniform approach in terms of interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, there's an applause. Are there any takers from the floor? Moranawaka, I see one hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gaval. 7, I would like to give you 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Section 115A on legislatures summoning municipalities. I think we need to also clarify that point with SALGA. I know for the fact that we still have got SALGA disputing it to say legislatures committees can't call municipalities. So there is that dispute there. So I think if we can also take an advantage of this meeting today. Now, secondly, I just want to check on the processes. If municipalities invoke 154 without even waiting for the NCOP or inform, what are the mechanisms of you monitoring and evaluation so that when you come with 139(1)B and you say we come in, are you going to be convinced by whatever was happening before when you are not even aware that there is that intervention? Thank you.
Is here?
Yeah.
I'm here.
2 and 3 are here.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, thank you very much, Chairperson from Salga. Well, I think the spirit of the Constitution is very, very clear, and what needs to be achieved. With regard to Section 139. Chair, this morning we had the meeting with the minister. And one of the critical issues which Salga is raising is really around the implementation of Section 139. Like I've said in the that the spirit is very clear in the Constitution. In the most issues that we come across as we interact with our member municipalities, which Salga represent, is really around the process of intervention. Secondly, it is around what the Chairperson has just said, which is around the timelines. Because in many cases, it has achieved the objectives, but in some instances, it did not achieve the objectives. In some instances, there is what you call a rush in terms of its implementation. And that's why you see municipalities taking the departments to court in terms of the MECs in the provinces. And they end up winning because there was no thorough process which has been followed. In certain instances, municipalities remains with your UIF, your unauthorized, irregular and fruitless expenditures, which add a lot of burden on accountability to Auditor General. And how the process has been outlined in the spirit of the Constitution, I'm sure if it's get implemented in such a manner where all the role players, there's no, in terms of chapter 3 of the Constitution, we are all equals. There's no one who's been regarded as young or smaller in terms of the spirit of the Constitution. If that approach is taken in that spirit, I'm sure it will be very much helpful. Earlier on, Chair, I was surprised, remember in 2012 we came to Parliament as Salga. And one of the things that we have raised in the local government focus week in Parliament was that we need to see the involvement of members of Parliament in the structures of governance in terms of assisting and capacitating, informing councillors on the issues that Parliament has resolved on, so that they remain empowered. As they interact with communities, they are able to represent government very well and explain how this process.
You have 2 minutes.
And thank you very much.
Number 3.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I wanted just to propose that the MECs and maybe the committee, the select committee and Salga, I should think we must have a dialogue because there are serious gaps in terms of Section 139 in the country. We do have cases where municipalities, if they can take the same provincial government to court, sometimes because we are dealing with these issues using a framework, you're good to know we are one government. But I should think maybe in the next 2 weeks, without wasting time, because maybe the committee, the select committee and Salga call all these MECs, because MECs are supposed to write reports to the executive. The executive must read the report before they can actually sort of implement Section 139, and there must be a resolution from the executive as well. But in certain areas, it's like people that are just doing it for the sake of doing it. But we have also illustrated in other platforms that you still have Section 154 of the Constitution as the national government and the provincial government, as well as the district municipalities, to support the same sort of local municipalities or municipalities. But I should think, instead of us complaining here, because these are speakers, MECs are not here, they are actually implementing these things, moving out of the framework of the Constitution. So Tina as Salga, Chair, I should think we have tried many times to advise these MECs, but I should think we need to have a dialogue. Then we can actually discuss these matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, let me subscribe to the views expressed by the previous two speakers. I agree with them, Chairperson, and in most instances, the interventions are initiated by MECs and not by the NCOP. Now, to be short, Chairperson, I just want to find out what will be the role of the NCOP in case where there is a deliberate move from the powers that be to escalate 1391B to C, dissolution, because the matters are left with the MEC and the provincial government to monitor. But when you look at the goings on, there is a deliberate move to escalate it to dissolution because of political agendas. Now, what do we do in that case? It's happening as we speak right now in KZN. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Quick things, and we have a proposal. The first one, in terms of Section 139, it also have unintended consequences, which we need to deal with. It might not be today, because if your MFMA audits are not right, your municipalities are not right, it's a clear indication that the provinces are leading to Section 100 themselves. So we need to deal with the issue. It might not be today. Secondly, on the issue of the revenue financial, yeah, we need to also be consistent in what government want to achieve. One example I always give: we can't say the municipalities must depend on the traffic fines as a revenue, because Department of Transport is talking about arrival life, which talks about zero tolerance for traffic violation. But you can't have another sphere depending on traffic fines. So those are some of the issues that we need to tighten up. The third one, municipalities are supposed to submit their annual reports to the legislatures. Annual. They don't do that because they have to go via the MECs. But then, even if they come to the legislature, what do you do with them? Nothing is clear about it, what needed to be done. So, but also the capacity of the legislature to deal with them as they come. The last one is a proposal. Chair, working on just knowing each other or understanding each other or hotellana is not helping, like Salga is saying. I think that's why, as the legislative sector, we are starting this the bill on interaction between the speakers of the municipality and here, because knowing each other and drinking tea has not worked and it's not working. So I think we need a time where we can take each other through and then be able to finalize it. It will just solve a lot of problems that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ndibawela ukuma somlomo obekekileyo, if you may allow me. Slalo. There is Section 100 of the Constitution, which empowers this a sphere of governance is any regulations. Tenzelba ke kusihlalo lo osikhokheleyo on the 136. Is there any process on the matters of the regulations? Because as we speak, there are no regulations on Section 100. But Limpopo and Eastern Cape have been under Section 100. 2, on the matter of cooperative governance, Chapter 3, there you work when you 136, when you have challenges. As we speak in OR Tambo, municipality will go under hammer on the 10th of February. 10th of February, if I may, if I'm good, yeah, I think on the 10th of February, by Department of Water Affairs due to the non-payment of water services. I'm saying in the spirit of cooperative governance, what do we do as legislators on that matter? Because these are the departments, same departments. That's why I said, Honorable Somlomo Begegileo, let me stand in your house. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also welcome the presentation by Honorable Mohapi. The reality is that a lot of municipalities are in crisis around all 9 provinces. If we would take our political interest aside and just face reality, speaking of Madibeng municipality in the northwest and the Dikgatlong municipality in the Northern Cape, those 2 municipalities are in a standstill. They are not going anywhere. Such municipalities must be put under Section 139(1)(c). That will be my submission. Thank you very much.
No, Chair, thanks. Thanks, Honorable Moapi, for the presentation. You know, when I'm seated here, Chairperson, and listening to Honorable Moapi making this presentation, one illustration comes to my mind, and I will tell you why. You know, a teacher, when he marks the scripts of learners, always takes a red pen, whether a child get 100% or what, he uses a red pen. Wrong or right? Now, I'll explain to you why I'm saying this. One of the critical roles of the provincial government is to provide support and to monitor the activities of municipalities. Provision of support and monitoring. And I suspect also the select committee equally has to provide support, and we would want to hear in the future a presentation that says we did not go there on the basis of 139, but to go and provide support and monitoring in terms of a municipality in South Africa. Not that a picture should be presented that all municipalities in South Africa are not performing well. Now, before you enter into Section 139, A, B, C, you then say, did the Provincial Executive Committee provide the necessary guidance, the necessary mechanisms and tools to make sure that this municipality does not fall into that category? And it brings me to Section 100, where the Select Committee, once in its lifetime, in the 5th Parliament, will have to come and say, no, the problem here is not this municipality. The problem here is this provincial executive that must get section 100. I'm saying this deliberately, Chair, because the role really has to change a little bit because Honorable Mohapi says they are not punitive. They are indeed a corrective type of a committee. Let that correction be done, perhaps at that level, flowing downwards. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the input, although most of them are comments.
No, Chair. I just wanted to note the third paragraph on page 7, which indicates that there's absence of specific provisions in section 139 with regard to provincial legislatures' oversight role. I think we need to also explain or emphasize the fact that the Constitution gives the committees that mandate to hold the executive accountable. And to me, that is enough, because it is the Constitution that says that. But, Chair, there are also tools that have been developed to ensure that happen. If you look at the oversight model that the Honorable Deputy Speaker was talking about, it tells or it guides committees in as far as how they should conduct that oversight. And it is also linked, Chairperson, with the framework that we are using, the public participations framework, which ensures that stakeholders, how stakeholders should be involved when we are dealing with such matters. So I just wanted to emphasize that, Chair, that we need to take that information not only to members that are doing that or empower members that are doing that function, but also our stakeholders in the form of municipalities and so on. I just wanted to raise that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe I should start making a comment specifically on the latter speaker. These are closely related to, if you go to slide number 9, where we are outlining the roles, we took that into cognizance, that in most instances there are pieces of legislations, particularly in the Constitution, that stipulates clearly what is expected from the side of the province. However, where we are making reference to section 139 is with regard to section 139 subsection 8, which requires the minister to develop regulations that would ensure that there's a uniform approach in terms of how we deal with issues of interventions. Currently, if you check, you'd find that other provinces are doing it different from each other. That is why we are always having some sort of dissatisfaction in and around the provinces. That is that particular matter, Chair. Chair, with regard to Honorable Mutlashuping, one example that you can relate that in most instances we don't work like firefighters. Hardly last week we are from oversight, which is proactive oversight. What we did, we went to Salt Lake local municipality, which is not under any intention to invoke section 139. We went to the Khatlong, we went to Mahareng, we also met with the leadership from Namakhoy. So in that case, we embarked on proactive oversight. Our aim was to say, let's go out and detect possible challenges that might warrant at a later stage, deficiency that would ultimately make the municipality to be put under section 139. Apart from that, you'll also bear testimony. There are reports linking your point with Ntate Ngangelizo, where you were saying, where's the monitoring? Part of our monitoring tools as NCOP is to use the Section 47 reports, which are the reports in terms of the Municipal Systems Act for reference, which are the reports that are annually supposed to be presented to us as NCOP. Out of such reports, we are able to detect red flags. That would also show us that there's a need for us as the NCOP Select Committee to get an attention to that particular challenge before it can even create serious problem or damage at the level of service delivery and other related issues. Not only that, annually, we get reports and presentation from the Auditor General through the assistant of the Chair of Chairs, Ntate Nyambi. Out of such reports, we are also able to do a determination in terms of checking where are deficiencies from the side of the municipality, and as and when we develop a program, we always ensure that we address such issue. However, part of the limitation which is also addressed out of the presentation is time limitations for the Select Committee of COCTA. You can't treat it like any other committee, your committee like Finance Committee, which will meet once in a while when there's supposed to be budget processes. In this case,
you are all protected. You are all protected against Honorable Mhapi. Please continue, Mhapi.
The point,
Chair, we're
the
not a
point,
seasonal
Chairperson, that
committee.
one is emphasizing is that, comparatively speaking, when you look at the role that needs to be played by COCTA committee, in most instances, it deals with compliance issues that cannot wait for any other time except yesterday. For an example, we are seated here. Already we have notice of intervention from KZN. We have notice of intervention from Canaland in Western Cape, without even preparing any strategic plan for this financial year that is coming. So I'm just trying to cite an example. Matching an apple with a banana on Honorable Motla Shipping would always create a problem. On the issue of Section 100, I think I'll reserve that for Honorable Ndade Pindela, if you meant. It was more of comments and a question to us, but I think we take note of that. On the issue of revenue strategies, where provincial departments are also owing municipality, I think it's one of the critical issues. We are from Sol Plaki as a proactive exercise of oversight in that Mtlashupi. What we picked up is that provincial government owes Sol Plaki 30 million, which is a matter as a Select Committee that would say would have to follow it up to ensure that there's that particular payment. However, that responsibility is no more solely with us as a Select Committee of COCTA. It needs your committee as finance to do also that proactive oversight, because you'll be able to detect such challenges. On the issue of annual reports, correctly said by the speaker or deputy speaker over there. Indeed, that's exactly what we are doing. From time to time, we get Section 47 reports. But our challenge is one, is the cooperation from the side of the MECs. I'm not going to quote the names today, but perhaps you know. There was some stage where we approached the Honorable Speaker to say we are faced with a challenge of cooperation from the side of the MEC. And I must understand, at times, MEC, as I said on record, they run away. I once appeared before the committee during the era of open toilets, although I was not responsible. I inherited. But when you inherit, you take full responsibility. I had to come and appear before the committee. And for the record, you might not know who were supposed to accompany me. Two officials who were supposed to be part of the delegation ran away, literally ran away. I had to appear alone. So I understand at times when MEC feels that they cannot come, they will send technocrats. But the attitude, Chairperson, that we have adopted is that in case the MEC is not there, we are not going to entertain the committee. We want the principal to be there. Honorable Kaula, you are worrying me. If today you are saying to us, whether it's the MEC or NCOP, we're supposed to invoke Section 139, the Constitution is very clear. NCOP will only act per notice as stipulated in terms of Section 139, subsection 2, Roman alphabet 2. So in that case, there's no way that as NCOP we can initiate the intervention. It is only subject to that. On the issue of allegation around KZN, I beg to reserve my right not to make any comment up until we have done an investigation in that particular matter. Because we've observed as and when we interact with stakeholders, there will always be allegations. When you follow such allegations, many a times they are unfounded. However, we take note of what we have raised. I think we'll follow it up with the relevant MEC. A need for a dialogue, Motashupi, honorable member. Your patience is important. We are in a process, Chairperson, through you, of ensuring that we also engage with the relevant stakeholders that are more closely related to the committee, to ensure that we have that cohesive approach in terms of issues, because remember, our attitude as the Select Committee or NCOP is that we are not competing, we are not competing with each other. Instead, we need to complement each other. Lastly, Chairperson, there's been a comment around municipalities that had to take the process to court. The only municipality that I know since the 5th Parliament, since our inception, it's Ngaka Modiri Mulama. They went to court, they lost the case. For the simple reason, we always ensure that we look at the substantive evidence, we also look at the procedural aspects, and also the issue of constitutionality. In Makana, they made a proposal for notice of intervention to us. We rejected it as the NCOP for the simple reason that there were procedural defects in that case. So in most instances, we are always cautious, and with the assistance of the office bearers, that ensure that as and when you recommend to us, you have thoroughly investigated and come up with a concretized position, especially that would enhance the participation of NCOP. Issues of recovery plan, I think it's a matter that can be engaged at that particular level. Chairperson, like I said, in terms of monitoring, we need the cooperation of all stakeholders who would ensure that as and when we need Section 47 reports, they cooperate so that we are able to embark on proactive exercise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think on there was a question about the legislatures. There was a question on the legislatures. There are several departments, no, but the legislature can hold municipalities to account on various aspects. One, the MEC Finance has something to say with the quality of the people, the managers, and you hire. And most of the time, that is not done in the provinces. The MEC Finance and MEC local COCTA must annually submit a report to the legislature. That once a report has been submitted, it means that the portfolio committee, Emaleba, has business to do. But there are economic activities in the local government which the MEC economics and the minister are interested in. That is another thing. In my experience, we actually discovered, after we had been beaten to a pulp about not allowing clinics to open for 24 hours, we then discovered that some clinics are run by the municipalities and therefore health had to come in. So in fact, this is not an area where you say it is only the MEC for COCTA who can be wrapped over the knuckle. It is how committees of the legislature, how committees at this level can decide on. Unfortunately, my brother, once you look at the powers of the portfolio committees in the provinces, the select committees and the portfolio committee at NA, they can act, they determine their agenda. They determine where they sit and their timetable, under, of course, the guardianship of the speaker. So they can summons, they can haul anybody before them. So the issue is, why do they want to call you to appear before them? Not in the interest of the people. And therefore, once it is a matter of service delivery or something that we are not doing, then in fact, it will be very difficult for SALGA to say, we are equal partners in this government. Yes, equal, interdependent, non-interference, but The legislative sector can call all three spheres, all executives to order. I thought also we should agree that we do need to come back on this one. We do, because fortunately there is a draft bill that will enable us to deal better with Section 100 and Section 139 and 154. I'm waiting for the bill to come. I know I've been promised this bill since the last half of last year. It will come, we will then have to deal with it. Can I quickly just summarize what we said in the other earlier discussion points? We agreed that it is important to improve coordination, synchronization. We agreed that joint briefings of committees should, where possible, be encouraged, but that does not take away the separateness of the functions and mandates of the houses, and whether it is at national or at the provinces. We agreed that we must address the challenges attendant to the implementation of our programs, legislature programs, budgetary implications. We also agreed that the NCOP must not impose financial obligations on either the municipalities or the provinces, and therefore that our resources must follow our plans. We also need to say that in that enhanced communication amongst ourselves, we must also remember that all of us have a responsibility, not only about participatory democracy, but also about public education, which brings in the points that members have been bringing in about translation of the different bills and laws into the languages, not only languages, but also into the quality of languages that our people will be able to understand. Because sometimes you can speak such high English that people will not hear what you are saying. Or you can decide to be so idiomatic and they will not hear you. So we need to be able to say what is a functional language that everybody will get into. I think on the part of Lamosa, we agreed that we do need to agree that this interpretation, 6 weeks as the maximum, we need to get back into. We need to start saying it's a minimum of 6 weeks, but if needs be, we're agreed that we can extend. We are also agreed that as we, as the NCOP, are looking at our rules, we must look at those rules to make sure that we give enough time to make sure that the quality of the legislation we pass makes sense. I know that we said a lot of things, but I also know that the spirit with which we have gathered here today is good. It is about building relations beyond last year. It is coordinating. It is actually hearing the voices that are unable to come back to us, and that is why public hearings and public participations are important. One of the areas which is difficult around this is, to what is there a standard? Yokuti, when 100 people have attended a public hearing, you must reflect all these 100 inputs which they may have made. And that you've got to balance with what is the responsibility of a public representative. Because classically across the world, you've got a duty to go and listen. You've got a duty to educate before you listen. But you've got also another duty to go and synthesize that which was put before you, to make sure that the language is not verbose, it is not unimplementable. And I think in our democratic infancy, we are still where we are finding one another and accommodating public and accommodating what we think our mandates say. And our mandates are not necessarily party mandates. Our mandates must be what is in the best interest of South Africa. And therefore, Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I wish to undemocratically close this meeting and wish you all well and invite you to join us in the dinner, remembering that we came into being on this day 20 years ago, Tina, or NCOP. You are invited to dinner. Thank you very much.
Where? Venue.
It is here on the second floor. Utata short ride.